It's Groundhog Day again. What's going on, everybody? Just making sure I'm set up right, which I'm not because my mic wasn't picking up. Oh, good lord. Thing went all echoey. What's going on, Paul? What's up, David? How are you guys? Merry belated Christmas. I think I hit both you up and wished you a Merry Christmas. I'm pretty sure I wished everybody a Merry Christmas this year. Hopefully, you guys got some cool shit. Make sure you guys smack the like button. Helps me the fuck out somehow. I don't know how, but we'll find out. I'm going to do Anubis tonight. Talk about some bullshit. Crack one open. A Jesus Lover 69. Jesus Christ, buddy. So, how was you guys' Christmas? Anything good? Any good gifts? I got some crazy fucking shit for Christmas. I also got a dead car. My car died. Like, dead to a point where it costs more to fix it than just buy a new one. So, we're buying a new one. That's been a fun escapade. You got shit faced for Christmas? Well, I guess that's better than catching herpes at the local bar. That could have been worse. Could have been worse. Yeah, and I did a very stupid thing too. Um, Specifically, David. I decided that, well, actually, I didn't decide. I looked and it looked like my rank went down from gold 3 on Marvel Rivals. And yeah, got stuck in matches with just absolute dipshits and fell all the way down to silver rank 3. Like, I can't make this shit up. 4 matches straight, somebody quit out of the match before we even got the match started, and they quit. So it was a 5-on-6, and just started getting our asses kicked. I'm like, oh, this sucks. But yeah, what about you, Paul? Anything good for Christmas? I will get into the craziness that I got for Christmas in a minute, but I just want to see if you guys got anything interesting. One thing I did get, I got so instead of just smoking cigarettes all the time, I've started a transition to smoking a pipe, like old school wooden bowl pipe, and yes, actually tobacco in that pipe, not the fun green stuff. But yeah, I got a pair of t-shirts, got a Zippo, a one with a pirate on it, like a skull. It almost looks like Pirates of the Caribbean, but isn't. That was pretty cool. I always get a Zippo every year. You got some tools, an enameled Dutch oven from the parents, a fire pit, and a handy crocheted blanket in the works from your girlfriend, and an ongoing ear infection with fluid stuck in my ears. Also, possibly bronchitis. Yeah, yeah. Sounds like everybody had a interesting Christmas all around then, huh? What's up, Smurf? Merry belated Christmas. I still got to send your shit out. But yeah, here's the my new pipe, and I actually pack it with tobacco. Move Anubis back a little bit. Yeah, yeah, I actually really enjoy it. Doesn't make me look smarter or anything, but I definitely enjoy the pipe smoke over the cigarette smoke. Doesn't seem to hurt my lungs as much. Fucking so yeah, a pair of t-shirts. One says, um, "Just remember, if you fight me, I'm old for a reason." That one cracked me up. I got a One Piece T-shirt that's Mihawk standing there, and like the shadow and everything that forms Mihawk is all a bunch of different ships and a silhouette of Roronoa Zoro from One Piece. Then I got two hoodies. I got a Joker hoodie. It just says "ha ha ha" all over it. And then the other hoodie is actually like it's a Mihawk hoodie direct from Japan. That one's like it's nice, but it's very thin, so I'll wear it in the springtime. Oh shit! You know what? You you're right, Smurf. I forgot to do this. There's Anubis. Yeah, I'll show you that pipe again. Here is the pipe. David right now is like, Jesus Christ, Gum, you old bastard. But yeah, there's my new smoking pipe. It'll make me look like an intelligent southern gentleman. And yeah, so I got two shirts, two hoodies, and then I got this deck of tarot cards. Which I love the fucking artwork on these. Unreal. But it's literally Frank Frazetta. Every card is Frank Frazetta. So that's what you said. Yeah, your pipe may be longer, Smurf, but you know what? You also got the good stuff to put in it. But yeah, so the pictures and stuff in here, like it's so temperance is that. But like here you go, strength. Strength is Conan. The magician. Some badass tarot cards. Hey Sheree, Merry Christmas, belated. Um, then my wife got me my bigger presents. I got to lean in, and I'll just so you can kind of see it. And it's on it's on a sterling silver chain. It comes with a certificate and all that. There are eight other ones in the world that have been discovered, but it's basically a hunting arrowhead from the Baltic region that the Vikings actually used back in the day. Um, and it's my ancestry basically dates like tracing my ancestors and everything else goes back to the Baltics, the Vikings that are out there, like the Rus Vikings and everything else. So my wife got me one of the nine that they had found. Um, so that was cool. And then she handed me my crazy ass gift, like my main gift, which I thought the arrowhead, like the tarot cards blew me away. The arrowhead blew me away. And then I was like, you got to be fucking kidding me. So this little journey that happened, actually, she'd been working on since February of 2024. Like I've said ad nauseum because nobody else is really into it. Really like my One Piece shit. So my wife wanted to get me an animation cell that was used in production, and then had to do a shit ton of research. She actually called Toei Studios over in Japan or what have you. Said, yeah, I want to get a production cell. The only problem was basically like there are no production cells. What you have is artists draw on the paper, right? So it's called a gunga and I can't remember a ganga and a bonga. I want to say a bunga or something like this, right? But the gunga and the bunga or whatever the hell they're called, it's basically the pre-animation and then the animation attached. So if let's say the fingers like this in most of the scenes, and like the face is like this, and then they put the face on there and draw the arms and everything else around it, and the character's talking, their mouth moves. Well, the way they do it in old school animation is they painted a cell, and in the cell they would they would have to do all the little animations in between. So now instead, it's the mouth open and the mouth closed. They feed that drawing into a computer, they scan it in, and then the computer actually animates the mouth moving in between. So the computer's actually doing all that work. So talked to the one guy in Toei, right? And Japanese man, of course, couldn't. It was like it's a trading culture, so she needed something to trade them. But she's like, I don't have anything really of value to trade. Like, what am I going to give them? And then she realized, she said, I will send you a Rubik's Cube signed by by the third fastest female in the world. That happens to be my daughter. We have a ton, like not a ton of them, but we've got like 4 or 5 of them laying around here where my daughter signed them and just, she was giving them away at one point to different people whenever she would go to a tournament or what have you, because she actually is famous in that circle. And she said, I'll send you one of these. And the guy said, well, look, I can't, the animation cells and everything else. She said, all right, well, what about the artist copy? What about the actual pictures? And that's what the Gunga and the Bunga are. The Gunga's the static picture, and then the Bunga is the animation. So they said, no, unfortunately, the artists themselves own their artwork. Whatever they draw on our show, that's theirs. They take it with them, they catalog it and everything else. Pieces hang in museums and displays and all that, and they go for $10,000 to $20,000, right? If you're to buy it through an art dealer or a museum. But my wife bartered with this Rubik's Cube signed by my daughter, and basically was like, got a hold of the actual artist and his agent, one of the artists that was a key animator for the first 179 episodes of One Piece. And the agent's like, yeah, we can't, he will not part with any of the main characters. So like Luffy, Usopp, any of that stuff. He said, let me talk to the artist. Let me see what I can come up with. So what she got me, sent over from Japan, and they sent me over a bunch of swag from Toei too. So I have a T-shirt now from Toei that says One Piece on it in Japanese. All the stickers that go with the show and stuff like this. There was something else. Oh, they sent me these trading cards or whatever, and there was 2 sets of them. My wife's like, I can't figure out what the difference is. The picture's the same on both of them. Like one's in Japanese, one's in English, right? But directly from Toei, which was really nice of the guy for the cube and the information on the artist. These 2 pieces were actually hanging in one of the museums, and the artist parted with them, and I didn't ask how much it cost. But, just the time and effort put in so she could get me a one of a kind thing that nobody else has and all that. But he sent me out, and it's a character named Korza. He was Vivi's childhood friend in episode 100 on the show, and it tells you exactly what the scene is, like the whole cover of it has what the scene was, where the animation fit into the scene, like the whole 9 yards on it, Toei animation, all that stamped and approved and everything. She got me 4 of the Gungas and Bungas together. So it's legit, like, was hanging in music. That shit, I've got it, and I've got frames for it and everything else that's getting hung on the wall. So she got me like museum art, and then she was like, I was like thinking to myself, he's going to be disappointed that I didn't get him a main character like, like Luffy, Usopp, Roronoa Zoro, whoever. And I turned around and I was like, are you fucking kidding me? This is amazing. Like, I'm like one of the only people to have this shit, right? Like, I am the only person who has these things, these animations from the original artist, directly from him. And she was like, then I realized, like, no, he's going to appreciate the journey it took to get this shit and how much of an effort put it. I was blown the fuck away. I was like, my God. Because I don't know if anybody's ever, well, none of us are, with the exception of, I think, Sheree, watching this right now, unless Devin's here. We're not female, but in Japanese culture, they look at women like they're lower than them. So, like, my wife even going in and dealing with like these high end executives and shit is just unreal. The bullshit she probably had to tolerate just to get these things. And the art, like I said, she got me a one of a kind thing. And she's like, yeah, if you're ever in a pension or we're ever in a pension, we need to sell this on the aftermarket. She's like, they go for this one is worth like probably around 10 grand. And I was just like, yeah, I'm not selling that shit. Like, it's history. You got me a part of the show's history. So that was pretty epic. And then of course, the car died. Like, we thought it was just an O2 sensor. Took it in the mechanic today, and that fucker is dead. Um, like, it's still drivable, but it's not worth the repairs, like the cost of repairs, because it's got a whole bunch of problems in the airflow and everything else. So it's just like, oh shit. I mean, now granted, it's 2008. It's got 150K miles on it or something. It's old. So we started looking at used cars and turned around, and it's just like, you know what? Why don't we get a new car? We can afford it. So we've been looking at like 2024, 2025 cars to grab a good. So I'm pretty much going to get a new car here in a minute. And I'm still annoyed by it though. I'm like, the fucking car should have lasted way more than the amount of time we had it for. Outside of that, it's, just it's Christmas time, so nothing major really going on. Um, I saw all the pardons or what have you, which, my God, what the fuck is that man thinking? Like, what the hell are you doing here? All right, and we are going to paint Anubis tonight. I just got to figure out how I'm going to do him. His armor, he's got a lot of shit to him. I know I'm going to do this orb like a glow blue. This isn't wrapping, but I'm going to have to differentiate it because it's like a leather wrap. Um, Same thing with the Book of the Dead. I mean, a lot of this is going to go into gold. I'm not going to lie at all. I'm half tempted to go skeletal on the arms a little bit. Actually, I might go into a linen cloth on these wraps. If I do that, I might even go into a linen cloth on the wraps here. Um, yeah, and then I did see the craziness with the illegal immigrant setting a woman on fire in New York City. That shit's horrific. Like, I don't know what the fuck's wrong with people. We're gonna go glow blue in the eyes too, it looks like. This is gonna be an interesting one. I can say that at the very least. Yeah, and you know what though, Shirai? I agree. It was sad, but it's fucking terrible is what it is. Nobody should ever do that kind of shit or even think about doing that kind of shit, but it did give me an idea. Like, it's an out there idea. I doubt we're going to go right to the golds, I think, because he's mainly a black character. Kind of figured this would be maybe a shorter stream, as there's not much going on and people are still recovering from Christmas and everything else. But it gave me this idea. And we know this shit isn't going to happen. But I was thinking about it. Who would be the best ones to employ to go after criminals? I'm not talking about, like, a mom and her two kids who came into the country illegally, but are here trying to live a better life. They came for a promise of, hey, we could have a better life. Right? Who would be best to go after the actual, like, hey, they're gangbangers, like, what is it? TDA, the Venezuelan gang, right? Yeah, they should get the ultimate penalty, but how do we catch them? How do we get rid of them? And I was thinking about this, like, who would be really suited to deal with that? Because local law enforcement and stuff like that, okay, yes, they can help, and that's well and good and everything. But are they really suited to deal with this level of, like, depravity, madness, what have you? This level of gangbanger, because it's not like American gangbangers. American gangbangers will shoot you, stab you, rob you, but they're not going to set you on fire. Like, they're not sadistic like that. And it made me wonder. I was like, what's one group that could do that? And that is a soldier. A soldier could do that, but we have problems in our military as it is, where we don't have enough recruits. We don't have enough people who are coming into the military and refreshing those ranks. But the soldiers would be the best ones to go in and combat it. Like, you had to go into a building, like an apartment complex, say like Colorado, and you've got to deal with these Venezuelan gangbangers. You know, average people, average SWAT even, is going to be a little ill equipped to go up against these guys. What if we took all the homeless veterans and made them feel like human beings again? Because a lot of them that aren't all messed up on junk, and if they are, you could get them clean and sober, so to speak. Right? Yes, and a lot of talent is in our corrections. You're absolutely right, Shirai. But what if you went to the homeless vets, the ones that are on the street, the ones that were trained when they were in the military, they were stand up members of society, and then, they either got out and fell down, fell on hard times, fell bad on their luck, or what have you. And even the ones that are janked up, like, they have a drug problem or whatever, you put them in a rehab, get them cleaned up. You build a facility for them to live in, and then you make them like a task force that you could break out. It would give them purpose back to their lives in some cases. They're already trained. They can go into a building and just take people out, and they would literally be doing it for service of country again, like they were when they were in the military. You could kill two birds with one stone, and you know what I mean? Like, some people, that's what ended them, was they lived that soldier's life. I mean, the homeless ones though, because then at that point you subsidize it through the government, where the government pays out, like, I don't know, $100 million, right? All their lodging is paid for. If they need drug rehab and mental health services, you have doctors right there on that facility, like almost like a college campus, but for this task force. And then you could deploy them in different spots. Plus, from them being homeless and everything, they kind of know where the bad guys are. I'm not going to lie. So you do it that way. And yeah, I think you would get really really good results. But it would also be helping these guys out too that, like I said, have fallen on hard times, or maybe this one he came back from the war, but he never left the war. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't know how to deal with civilian life, and that's why he fell on hard times. You're giving them a structure in their life, you're giving them a purpose, and they are actually defending our freedom still. And then you wipe out all the illegal gangbangers, all that stuff in America, then they go fight the cartel. They're already trained for it. They would all have to go through psych evaluations, stuff like this, before you send them out into the field, because you wouldn't want somebody just going wild and, like, burning down an entire Mexican village or something. But we could loan them out to Mexico. Mexico has to subsidize it. So now you're cashing in a little bit of loot from Mexico. Anything they get from the cartel, they, like the cash they get or whatever, or seize, they get like 10% of it, we'll say. The rest of it goes, I don't know, split between Mexico, America, goes to afford them better equipment, more facilities, stuff like this. And then you legit have a homeland fighting force that's what they're actually doing, is protecting the homeland. You're not hurting your military, because military assets and resources that need to be deployed overseas or anywhere else, they're off the table. And then when people retire out of the military, they can join that task force, and you just keep the ball rolling. I don't know. It was an idea that came to me, and I was like, I wondered, I'm sure somebody else has thought of it, and it makes sense to, hopefully, the way I described it makes sense to everybody. Like, I didn't, talk out of turn or what have you. Maybe lend them to our friends across the sea in Britain, have them help with their immigration problem next. But I think the Brits like the immigration problem, then, to be honest with you, because it doesn't matter what side of the aisle's in power, they seem to just, oh, no, 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 we're fine. We're fine with this. But here, we're sick of it. And like I said, not going after like moms and dads and stuff like this that are coming to get a better life for their kids. Let ICE deal with that end of shit. I'm talking about, this guy's a convicted rapist and, you know, murderer and all this other shit over in Venezuela, and then he came across our borders. Now we want to send some poor ICE agent to deal with it, and not that they're not tough or not equipped to deal with the job, but if you send an American soldier, especially if they're ex-Marines, yeah, that problem's going to get settled pretty damn fast in most cases. Yeah, two birds with one stone. Plus, like I said, I also see it helping people. Like, you're helping men and women that have unfortunately given some, or given, a limb or something, given their mental state, their sanity to this country. And you're paying them back in spades with, here you go. Like, I know it's not much, but it's at least a fucking job. At least you have a purpose now. And then as they age out, you give them full retirement benefits, and you make them instructors if they were really good. Like, this is how we dealt with, X situation. Like, we went into the apartments of Aurora, Colorado. We had to deal with this, and this is how we did it. And they just break it down the same way you've got gunnery sergeants. That, they're the people that you don't want to mess with, is the gunnery sergeants. They will just chew you up, spit you out. The drill instructors, you know what I mean? Give these guys a future. I don't know. I think it could work. I don't think anybody will come up with that in our government, because you got shit like, I just saw California. I saw it. It was fucking hysterical. But it was Gavin Newsom, and he's given an interview, And the lady says to him, like, you had $24 billion to spend on the homeless, and all that money's gone. Where did it go? And Gavin Newsom full on not only sidestepped that question, he dodged the hell out of it. He was like not answering for anything. Let's see. How am I going to do this? This chest dress. It's all gold in the picture, but I don't want to do it all in one gold. I don't think it'll look right. I know the scarab's got to be gold, but I'm going to go with a different tone of gold for it. I mean, our government, tell you this much, things have to change one way or the other. It's either going to get super exposed very soon, or everything is going to come to a head. Like, we're going to find out exactly who the good guys and the bad guys are within our own government. Soon as this Doge shit kicks in, because just look at the whole thing with Elon Musk with this whole bill passage that just happened. Vivek Ramaswamy is the one who read through the 1,500 pages and saw all the bloat and the fat and the bullshit in it. Let me see. What color golds do I have? So I have a good feeling that they are going to they're there, and we got a good shot at wiping stuff out of the government. Like getting our government where it's actually functioning again for the American people instead of against them. I don't envy his job either, Shirai. I don't envy Elon Musk's job. I don't envy any of their jobs. Shit's awful. Like, can you imagine like who you're gonna have to deal with? Like the rottenness and the evil that has been bore into the government over all this time, like on a pretty consistent basis. Can you guys actually see the tone color difference or no? The golds are different. I don't know if it's showing up on video, but um, yeah, I don't envy either of them. I think they got a really rough job ahead of them and getting the rot out. But the way everybody's reacting to it, you can tell people are actually scared. Like, our government is scared. Like the bureaucracy and the rot. Hopefully we can get rid of some of this evil. Damn, how the hell am I going to do that chest? Like, I don't want to get in there with metallic silver or anything. Like, going with the two different golds kind of works. One shinier than the other. Let's see if I bring it in. And zoom isn't there. But the golds are different. I gotta get in each one of his damn little braids too with this gold. I'm gonna need the micro tip. What else did I miss? What other news or fun stuff's going on? I mean, I had a movie I watched that it was all right. Yeah, I'd keep those fingers crossed too, Sheree. Um, I actually watched a movie called Werewolves. Came out this year with Frank Grillo. And it, like, some of the kills in it and the effects, they were all right. The werewolves themselves were a bit goofy. like the design, but some of the kills that they did was interesting. Like the premises that it was like 3 years prior there was a supermoon and I don't know, like millions of people turned into werewolves and just went wild one night. So they're trying to counteract it, and as they're doing the experiment, because there's another supermoon, sure enough, people start turning into werewolves again, and yeah, it goes off the rails. Yeah, new Squid Games. There was a new Squid Games that came out. Is it better than the first one? The first one was okay. I mean, everybody went kind of nuts when the original one came out. Oh wow. Yeah, the first one I watched it was all right. I mean, kind of a cool premise. I just remember at the I think it was the end where he sees the guy getting like beat up like he was in the subway. And then he tells him he's going to hunt him down, so that'll be an interesting play, like place to start with the second season. And the one old guy controlling the entire Squid Games was cool. Did they drop the full series or is it like once a week kind of deal? Sorry, hooking around that nose is rough. The whole series, yeah. Problem with that whole series dropping at once, like it's cool because you can watch everything, but then it's almost like eating a whole pack of gum in one shot. You pop it all in your mouth, you chew it up. That was cool, and then you spit it out, and that's it. You're out of gum. So when they string it out, like, well, this week, next week, you're kind of cliffhangered where you're like, oh shit, what's going to happen next? And you want to tune in the next week. You just burn through series and stuff when they're all out like that. Binge watching, unfortunately, has killed people's ability to sit there and tune in weekly for stuff. Now, granted, something like Squid Games, it's worth it, where you can just burn through it because I can't remember it was dubbed, but I thought it was subtitled too. I don't know why. I also think it's interesting that it seems to be a lot more foreign shows are actually much better than their American counterparts. Mr. Beast. You know, I've never watched that channel. I know the guy's like biggest YouTuber in the world and everything. I've never watched Mr. Beast. Seen PewDiePie stream, but I've never seen Mr. Beast. He only watches the Korean version. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, anime, it's 50-50. If I start, because it's like that. If I start watching an anime and it starts off in the subtitles when I'm watching it, I got to watch it the rest of the way through in subtitles because when it switches to English, the voice actors don't line up the same. So in most cases, like I'm going to say like 95% of cases, it's different voice actors. So you get used to this person being associated with this voice. And then it's like, but then you'll get like a Japanese, like, oh, well, it's only subtitled for this episode. And you start watching it and it throws you off. You're like, wait a minute, is that, so and so talking? No, that's this guy. Damn it. Now I got to kind of learn who everybody is again. How am I going to do his armor where it looks differentiated? Oh, he's got two episodes of a show. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, like I said, I'm kind of terrible with that. Never watched Mr. Beast. I gotta go to the image search and see if I can't find a chill looking headdress for Anubis here, so that I'm not painting just solid gold. Like just dip the figure in gold at that point. Anubis. I mean, actual. No, actually, he's got a statue of Anubis. It looks like it was a blue on that head. I'm looking at it right. I mean, he's got gold inset inside his ears too, so that's going to be an interesting thing. He doesn't have because of the this one has like dreadlocks or what have you, but I mean, I've still got like a whole nother row of his dreadlock beads to paint gold. But looking at his actual headdress, that looks blue. I might do an inset blue with gold. Yep, that's what it looks like. His his little loincloth here is also painted blue. Looks like. And I'll differentiate the blue on the outside of the loincloth. Get his little satchel, we'll make that like a red, I guess. And then, of course, we're going to do the book, the latch on the book. It's actually a cool one. Actually, no, no, no. The inside cloth should be white. Yeah, I mean, so I know one of the funny things is I know wrestling is going over to Netflix. I think it's Raw. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's WWE Raw is going over to Netflix. So that's kind of cool. All right, so I'm going to go white in here. This is going to get gold tinged out, but that's got to get gold tinged out, but I'm going to save that. I'm going to go a little wild here, I think, with this guy. Man, oh man, I got to get the inside of his ears gold. Yeah, I've definitely been slacking, so to speak. just better things to watch and do, I guess, than sit down and watch a TV series unless it's something really compelling. But Squid Games too, I probably will end up watching that. I bundled that one. Definitely got outside the ear canal on that. It's gonna have to do a little black cleanup. Yeah, I don't know. It's a shame. There's nothing really for me to look forward to. Mr. I guess it was what last stream. Watching that Superman shit cracked me up. Because it's just so many discrepancies in it. It just the fake ass crypto on that trailer just annoyed the hell out of me. Hey, belated Merry Christmas forever. Good to see you, buddy. How was your Christmas? You get over your long COVID for Christmas? Hopefully. Hopefully you had a good one. Mine was like my Christmas happened at like 3:30 in the damn morning. My wife woke up. I was already up. She came walking out. She said, "Hey, you want to just exchange gifts now since we don't have to deal with the kids and all that?" I said, "Fuck yeah!" So we did, and she's like, "I'm just gonna have a lazy day Christmas." She just like chilled all day. I chilled all day. Yeah, I wish you got over it too, bud. Fucking shit sucks. It is the punishment from the gods themselves. Anubis, the gate, isn't he the gatekeeper of the Egyptian like underworld? I should probably read his shit. I can't remember. I gotta hit all this black again, but I'm looking. I'm gonna do this in a blue. I'm gonna do that in a white. I think I'm actually gonna blue out a good chunk of this. I just gotta be careful with which blues I do this. I think for the cowl, I may go to that glittery blue. That's cool. I'm glad to hear that forever. Enjoying dinner with your mother and your brother. That's awesome. It's good to have family around and stuff. Um, and then, yes, anime series coming up. There are some good ones coming out. I've been watching the Art of Fjorda series. It's on season 3. I think they're going to, I don't know that there's going to be a season 4. I think they might actually end it. I think that he's going to open the portal and decide not to go home and stay there with everybody. Yes, I think you are correct. I think he weighed their soul against the good and evil, and whatever it balanced out to was where they were sent. I think that's correct. I know Thoth was knowledge, Ra was the sun, and I think you're right. I'm pretty sure you're correct in that. You are correct, sir. Where he, it was definitely something like that. Like Anubis was like judgment. Like, did you transition your kid? Your soul is weighted down. You go to the underworld. Solo leveling is the 4th of what? January? I'm definitely watching that as it comes out. That one was cool because that one ended with him capturing that one badass soul. Like him fighting by himself and catching that badass soul. And then they just cut it and it was like, what are you guys doing? Keep this shit going. Um, One Piece should go back to its normal weekly shit. Yeah, I'm definitely going to watch Solo Leveling. I'll talk about that probably. Um, Trying to remember what else. Like, I'm watching one called Log Horizon. That's an old one. Watching Black Clover all the way the hell through and then finding out that, yeah, that's the last episode they're probably going to do of that show until Boruto's done. I was like, you're shitting me, right? Like, I watched 100 and some odd episodes and this is the way you're going to leave me? So he weighed the souls of the dead against the feather of Mot, the goddess of truth and justice. If the heart was lighter than the feather, the soul would be granted passage to the afterlife. So I guess that's what they mean about having a heavy heart. It's with a heavy heart. Damn, that's fucked up. So I'm guessing that would be all the guilt you felt in life and all the evil you did, right? Yeah, I'm on the 3rd season of it now, forever. It's not a bad show. Like it because they actually have to deal with issues like all of a sudden it's like food and government and everything else in it. Like it's not like they just went in this video game world and everything stayed the same. One Punch Man, that's going to be awesome. I wasn't going to watch the 2nd season. You talked me into it, Paul. You were like, yeah, you got to see the 2nd season. The animation isn't as smooth as the first, but it was fucking good. And it actually was pretty damn good. Simon is still like a badass too. Like just doesn't matter what the hell he fights, one punch, just dead. Yeah, I like that's it's such a shame. I wish I could be excited for the Superman movie. I'm just not. Not excited for that one at all, unfortunately. All right, let's see. Yes, the loincloth is blue. Just trying to think where I should go from here. I'm debating doing blue on his armor. It almost feels like I should make it jade, but that's not right. Oh, the manga gets even crazy. Well, that's a lot of that shit. Like a lot of the mangas, like so One Piece in the manga is way well starting to get past where the show is. The show unfortunately caught up to it, and that's why they put it kind of on a hiatus. Um, Black Clover, dude, they've gone through like they have enough stuff right now in the manga for Black Clover to go another 3 seasons, probably at least 2 if they cram shit down. But 3 seasons, easy, and that manga's still going. I didn't even check today, but I'm sure the new episode of Dan to Dan is out. I haven't watched it yet. You blame social media for horrible movies and games? I don't blame social media for it. What I blame is people that have no reason to be in entertainment industries giving advice and making things. So, like comic books, for example, you didn't have to bend the knee to the smallest voice. You could have kept just going and telling good stories. Instead, you decided your sales weren't enough, so you decided to shake things up and make like, you know, Superman gay. And I'm not talking Clark Kent, I'm talking his son. So technically it's not Superman, but it is his son and he is the current Superman. You made him gay. And it's like, okay, that's cool that you wanted to make a gay character and all that. Make a new character and make them gay. John Constantine's a perfect example where Constantine has been around forever and he's bisexual already. Well, you've already got bisexual representation. You know, the one that bothered me the most was when they said that Red Robin is now bisexual, and it's like, what the fuck is this? I'm like, wait a minute, that makes Batman raising this little orphan boy. It kind of puts your mind in a place where you're like, I don't know about that. Like, that's kind of off-putting. Is it because he has sex? Is the psychology then he has a sexual predilection to Bruce Wayne? Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? Yeah, you're not wrong about Ubisoft. Ubisoft is gone to the well and just keeps redoing what they think brought them to the dance, and has beaten a lot of the shit to death, and then made it go woke on top of it. So, Assassin's Creed, for example, um, Far Cry. I'll tell you the one that's going to break my heart though is I've heard Grand Theft Auto 6 is probably going to be woke. And it's like the whole thing with Grand Theft Auto, it's always supposed to be tongue in cheek and making fun of the woke. So if it does actually go woke, that's going to be a disaster for that company. But yeah, like movies and stuff, like I don't know, it's with movies, it's real easy, right? Compelling story, compelling characters, cast them for what they're supposed to be, go forward from there. Instead, what they do is they go, we want a man hating lesbian, for example, or let's be nice here. We want a fourth wave feminist who doesn't need a man in like all the men can't touch her because she's just so special and amazing. Okay, now write a story around that. Like you're doing it backwards. I mean, to be honest with you, it always pisses me off when they're like, well, yeah, but women didn't have their superheroes and there were no strong women in cinema. It's like, yeah, I would agree with you if I didn't watch the original Star Wars and Princess Leia wasn't more of an ass kicker than Luke Skywalker was. Or I didn't watch Aliens and watch Ripley come out in a power lifter suit going, get away from her, you bitch, and Aliens and beating up the fucking enemy queen to protect the child, you know? Out survived all those Marines with all those years of training. The only one to make it out was Hicks, and that's because Ripley carried his monkey ass out of there. Like, you got to stop. You know what I mean? Just stop. Oh, there was no black superhero movie until Black Panther. Shut the fuck up. You think my memory isn't long enough to remember Wesley Snipes was Blade? Like, come on now. What are we talking about? Like, get over yourselves. You're not breaking any kind of fucking barrier. Shit was already being done. Nobody cared. Like, it's disgusting to me. Like, it really is because it's like, If you just put out a decent movie, then, we'll all watch it. We'll all pay for it. We all want to be entertained. We don't want real world bullshit in our movies. We want to forget like life for 2 hours, 3 hours, sit in a movie theater with other people, go, ooh, did you see that shit? That's fucking crazy. You know? I mean, it just drives me nuts. And you aren't. You're not breaking any glass ceilings. Like, what glass ceiling are you breaking? Yeah, well, Disney is king of that bullshit because it like, okay, so the comics industry, what fucking derailed that to begin with? Like, and I know this for a fact with comic books, right? It really derailed when people came out. Like, there's this one girl, and I can't ever remember her fucking name, and she wrote Captain Marvel. I want to say it was Captain Marvel was the comic book she was working on. And she goes on an interview and she goes, if you don't like my politics, then don't buy my book. And sales of Captain Marvel tanked immediately after because the story sucked. All she had to do was put out a good story or whatever, keep politics out of it. You can do it in nuance, you know, and it's interesting. But don't like hammer me in the face with, well, she's more powerful than Thor and the Hulk. Like the fuck she is? Shit like that. But yeah, comic books, like the whole industry is destroyed. Like comic book shops pretty much out of business unless they had some kind of side hustle going. People go in there to buy the back editions. I can't even tell you the last time I bought a comic book, and my whole house is like DC Comics related. I've got like Marvel characters and everything else. Like that new game that just came out, Marvel Rivals. What cracks me up the most about that game is every girl in that game, like you like even though they're video game characters, they made their butts like sexy. Like that's all guys want. You want guys to spend money on shit? Make shit sexy. Make it attractive to them. It's not like they're all running around in like bodysuits and everything. But it's the same way, like, take your average guy. Think we look like Henry Cavill as Superman when we put on a Superman suit? No, that's what makes him fucking amazing. Same thing for Hugh Jackman as Wolverine. What you think? Like, yes, after a lot of hard work and probably popping steroids, I could look that ripped. I don't look like that in real life. I can't pop claws out of my fucking hands. I don't heal if somebody fucking shoots me in the head. It's supposed to be ridiculous and over the top, but it's also supposed to be the strongest out of all of us. Not somebody who looks like me or, like if I just imagine that shit. Like, even if I was a billionaire, you don't see, like, look at Elon Musk. He'll never look like fucking Batman. He'll never look like Bruce Wayne. That motherfucker's got a beer, like, it's not a beer gut, but he's got a fucking gut to him. That's a billionaire. Look at fucking Jeff Bezos. That's another billionaire. He ain't out there fighting crime and all that shit. He looks like Dr. Evil from the Austin Powers series. Like, it's supposed to be fantasy. It's supposed to be the best of the best of the best is the ones that are the superheroes. They're supposed to be OP and ridiculously strong and look that way. If I'm the ultimate human, male wise, right? That would mean that every fiber in my body should be fucking like top notch, right? Like Captain America shouldn't be all fat and sloppy. Like, oh, look at Cap. He looks like he drank a keg of beer and then came onto the set. That's what pissed me off in Endgame when they did that shit to Thor. It's like, no, he's supposed to be a god. Like, and women like that shit. Guys can appreciate it because they aspire to be that. Girls appreciate it because it's a good looking dude on the screen. Just make it like it should be. It's not hard. But yeah, Disney destroyed Star Wars in a way that's just unfathomable because Star Wars of all things, it already had a whole bunch of diversity. Oh well, there was no black hero in Star Wars before Disney bought it. Oh, so you mean Lando Calrissian didn't exist? Oh, so you mean Mace Windu didn't exist, like Samuel L. Jackson? And like if it hadn't been Lucasfilm, like if that had just been like a normal movie, when Anakin got up and like shoots it, like cuts Mace Windu, and then the Emperor throws him out the window. When he was going out the window, he should have yelled, "Motherfucker!" Yes, yeah, you're 100% right. It was funny to do Fat Thor looking like the Big Lebowski for about 5 minutes. And then it was just like, okay, what I thought was, I'm like, okay, when he goes I'm watching it in the theater, sneak preview, and I'm like, when he goes into, combat mode and gets his armor and pulls out Stormbreaker and is ready to fight Thanos, all of a sudden he's going to go back to trim fit Thor. Like he's going to just, everything transforms because he's a hero again. And it was like, nope, we're just going to keep him a fat slob. Like, what? How is that believable? You're telling me that a guy with a beer gut like that's going to kick the ever loving Christ out of Thanos? Like, get out of here. And maybe that's why he didn't, because he was fat and out of shape. Maybe if he was hitting the gym instead of the hostess Twinkie section, he would have been able to just whoop the hell out of Thanos. But no. They thought the joke was too funny, so let's leave it in. I mean, it's going to be real interesting to see how they do the Fantastic Four with some of the shit they got to pull off in that. Like, I looked at the cast, and I'm sorry, I still think when he transforms into the Thing, it should be played by Michael Chiklis. I think he definitely is like perfect guy for that role, but we'll see. I just I don't know. I got very little. I've got some hope for it that they're trying to correct course on Marvel as far as movies go, but it's Disney and they like to shoot themselves in the foot and shit on things. So we'll see if they do. I mean, they must have backed up a Brinks truck and been like, yo, RDJ, we need you. Robert Downey Jr., please come back. We're going to make you Doctor Doom. Like, well, that's going to be crazy. Fat Thor. I forgot all about Fat Thor. And then I didn't even bother with Thor Love and Thunder because I heard the premise, everything else, and all that. And from what I heard and saw and everything, it was a waste of Christian Bale in a Marvel movie. It was like, what are you guys doing here now? He's the God killer. Like that's his thing is he wipes out gods, and you're not even going to use him right. Like what the hell? Or the God Butcher. That's right. It was God Butcher, right? Yeah, expecting to, but that's just it. So that's a problem, right? Expectations can be too high for something. So you're like, oh, this is going to be the greatest thing ever. And then it disappoints you because it sucked, right? Or it wasn't, it was good. It just didn't live up to that standard. And that's where I look at stuff like when they did The Hobbit. I was kind of like that. I was like, that should have been like two movies at most. And it would have been really good. They added some shit they really shouldn't have and stuff like that. But it still was, if you go back and watch it, looks like a fucking masterpiece with some of the shit we've gotten out lately. Like, oh, that was actually a very, very good movie compared to, crap that modern day Hollywood's put out. It's like, oh, well, damn, it actually wasn't that bad. But it could have been just amazing. And it was disappointing. I remember watching The Hobbit in the theater and just being like, what is this extra bullshit? Like, wait, why is an elf in love with a dwarf? What's going on here? Like that doesn't make sense to me. And then, you can go back and say, well, Gimli with Gladriel was amazing, and it's like, okay, yes, but she was like one of the fairest of all the elves too. She was like one of the most beautiful. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it too. It's a bad movie series with awesome moments. When they did the Riddle in the Dark with Bilbo and Smeagol, Gollum, that shit was cool. That shit was actually definitely cool. But, like Smog, the way they did Smog's design and all that, and why they used Benjamin Cumberbatch's voice, or Benedict Cumberbatch's voice, for both Smog and Saruman, or Sauron, I'll never understand. That was like, why didn't you get like a separate actor for Smog? Or if Sauron was going to be, it's not like all evil people sound the same. No, they don't. No, they don't. They can all sound different. Damn, getting in there is going to be a bitch. Good thing I'm repainting the book. That looks sloppy as hell. But yeah, I really wish I could look at 2025 and say, yep, cinema's on its way back. Hollywood's all in, baby. But yeah, I got that feeling we're going to get a lot of disappointing shit this year. I don't think I haven't seen something that's made me go, I can't wait till this movie comes out. We're going day one. I got to go see it. Going to be amazing. Yeah, yeah, costume design and the effects. Well, that's just it. So, what do you got? The Lord of the Rings series that came out, everything looks too clean. It was the same thing for that show Vikings, the original run of the series. The way they did it, everybody was dirty. Like it looked like they lived in a dirty age with dirty clothes and everything else. That kind of differentiated the king from all the commoners, right? On that show. And then you watch the one they put on Netflix, that Vikings Ragnarok, and that shit, I got through like 3 episodes. I was like, I can't watch any more of this. Everything looked like they were on a set somewhere and they were just playing dress up. It was like Comic Cons and Ren fairs look more convincing than this shit. What is going on here? But that's just it. That's just modern day Hollywood. They think that they're going to do everything. I mean, it's messed up. I think, what is it, Weta? It is Weta, right? How am I going to do this? This is going to be gold. That'll be the blue. Gold. Okay. Gold, blue, gold, blue. I don't think that works. I'm going to have to do this in a weird, fucked up way. I want to see how this looks before I go absolutely bullshit crazy on it. Um, but Weta, Peter Jackson's company, like his effects company or whatever, the way they did stuff was half CG and half practical. I think that was the best way of going about special effects in the nowadays. I think with when it really comes down to it, um, the practical effects by themselves, unfortunately, in most cases don't stand up unless you've got a master at work. Like a master of special effects, it looks great. Um, but a lot of those, like Rick Baker, stuff like that, Tom Savini. But the CG can also look very, very good too. However, when you overlay the two, you're painting a better picture. It doesn't look perfect. It needs to look a little flawed because we're seeing it as too perfect. Like our eyes are like, oh yeah, that's clearly CGI because this is too round or that's cut just perfectly right. And it shouldn't be that way. It should be your mind can't perceive the difference between two things. It should give you that illusion. Like I said, that's what's missing from Hollywood is the illusion. Like it's sad as it's going to sound when I say this. One of the best movies that I had seen in when 3D was first coming out and was very popular was actually Avatar. That Avatar movie. It felt like you went to a different world when you were sitting in that movie theater. Now the movie itself was just so, but the way they did the effects and everything and the 3D and all that kind of shit, especially for its time, was unreal. You felt like you were on a different planet. And that's why I bought that when I had a 3D TV. That was one of the first things I bought. I was like, oh shit, Avatar in 3D. I got to get this home and I got to watch it at home. I tried watching it at home and I was horrified at how bad it was. Like, I was like, I don't feel like I'm in the movie. Fuck this movie. Yes. And forced perception, you're not wrong, Paul. That, that is one of those keys to it. That is one of those things that makes you really look at it. Like it tricks your mind into believing that Gandalf bumping it. When Gandalf bumps his head in that movie, that was fantastic. Like they did an amazing job with it. As he like, oh, like the whole way they did that scene, knowing that it was more than comfortable in there for him to move around. But that's also a fantastic actor doing fantastic actor things. Damn, this is going to be a bitch. I'm gonna have to leave a black break in there. I'm gonna have to go silver in here, I think, right around this little. I don't know if you guys can even see it. There's a little ring here. That'll be baby blue. I will go into. Might actually use the. I'm gonna use the white. I think right there on that part for that under headdress. Yeah, I can't agree with you guys more though that it why do they have to, jack things up this bad? Why and the other part is why aren't they coming out with new shit? Like we're going to go back into I got an idea. Let's go tell the Wizard of Oz from the witch's perspective. And from all rights, I heard that the Broadway show is good. I haven't heard if the movie is good or ass. I haven't heard anything about it. But at the same point in time, it's like pretty sure it's, not made for me. And that's fine. There should be shit not made for me. I'm all right with that as long as you're not forcing me to go watch it. Like, but unfortunately, the shit that's coming out is made for nobody. Like, nobody asked for some of this shit coming out or the remakes of stuff, like, but this time with a twist. This time, Batman and Robin are going to toss each other's salads off screen. Like, what? What are we talking about here, people? Damn, I'm gonna have to get in there with a little brush on that. Yeah, I I don't know what else is coming up though. Like, I I usually watch trailers and stuff like that, and just okay, yeah, this is something to get excited about. And it's bad when I'm a comic book nerd and Mister has to tell me in a live chat, "Oh, did you see the new Superman trailer?" Like, wait, there's a new Superman trailer? Like, I didn't even know that was a thing. What are we talking about here? Like, it was terrible because I just don't even give a shit. Like, how do you ruin a guy that, has spent X amount of hundreds and hundreds of dollars on your comic books, on your movies, on, your action figures or all this kind of shit, and he doesn't even give a fuck when the trailer dropped. Like, how did you disenfranchise a customer to that point? How do you wreck shit like this? Yeah, I need to go to the little brush to get all that weighted out properly. Yeah, Star Wars is one that breaks my heart though, because they had so many extended universe books where they could have just literally translated the book directly to the big screen and it would have been phenomenal in most cases. Compelling story, interesting arcs, and everything else. And instead, they decided, hey, no, the force is going to be female and it's going to be awful. Like, nobody's going to want to buy our shit after this. That sounds like the plan to me. Like, how do you fuck up a couple $1 billion franchise? Like, right there, if you fuck up, somebody gives you $1 billion. It's like Kamala Harris, right? Let's throw this into some politics here just to be a little spicy. Somebody hands you $1 billion and says run a campaign, and you shit the bed as bad as you did in the campaign. Your entire political career should evaporate after that. Instead, you got people going, well, we should put her on the Supreme Court. Joe Biden should step down and make her the president. Like, are you fucking serious? She just blew $1 billion in 4 months. Like, this person should never be able to hold a public office ever again. Like, never, ever, 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 never should you even be allowed to be considered for a public office. Like, you pissed away the taxpayers' dollars. I'm not going to lie. Gavin Newsom, if he wanted to run for president, as soon as that shit comes up and those clips replay of what he said about $20 billion for homeless being missing, it's over. Like his shit would be over as president. Like, nope, we're going the other way with it. Yeah, but the Fallen Order thing was a twofold thing. One was because of woke Disney, but the other part of that Fallen Order thing was I played all my Star Wars games with Guido, my best friend who passed away, and I promised that I would never buy one again because he passed away. And I go and play Battlefront with you. I play, well, I played through Fallen Order because you picked that up for me. Was that a Christmas deal, Paul? I can't remember. Can't remember if it was like Christmas or my birthday, but you surprised me with it because you're like, you don't understand, this shit's really good. And I was like, I played through it and I was like, holy shit, that was really good. Like, you were not wrong. But yeah, that's Like Battlefront 2, I know Guido had bought for me back when that launched, and they changed the whole damn game on that. Because that thing, when it first came out, was pretty damn terrible. Is that blue actually like sparkling back, or does it just look like wet, white? Yeah, it just looks wet. Yeah, 19. You're not wrong. After Return of the Jedi, right? But the whole thing was Star Wars didn't have to die. So you had the Heir to the Empire series. There's Heir to the Empire, Dark Force Rising, and The Last Command. And it followed directly after Star Wars. And it was fantastic. Timothy Zahn was the author. And it's 3 books. And it goes into detail of what happened when the Empire fell, how the remnants of it were being led by a guy named Grand Admiral Thrawn, which they've alluded to and kind of put on the series, but kind of haven't at the same time, who was like this military genius. And they really had something with it. Like fans, everybody who is actually a fan of Star Wars can kind of agree, like, yeah, this is Star Wars right here. Like everybody loved it. And then they turned around and just shit the bed. They didn't do any of that. Instead, they gave us The Force Awakens, which was nothing more than a remake of Star Wars that led to a movie that was so bad that it made me just quit Star Wars altogether, and ended by one of the shittiest things I think I've ever seen in this. Like, I didn't even see it in the movie theater. I got quarter way into it and I was like, yeah, this is fucking disaster. What are they doing? It's like you got somebody who can all of a sudden use the force to heal. Okay, I understand that in the video games because it's a fucking video game and you got to explain why a character is getting their health back. But we're talking about, like, well, wait a minute. Why didn't, Luke Skywalker just heal Darth Vader's wounds? Well, maybe he could have turned him back into a normal dude. You know what I mean? Yeah, you know what? And you're not wrong. Everybody does want to be a rebel. Everybody wants to fight an evil empire. Guess what? Nowadays, I think that shit's called MAGA. Okay? I think that's what's happened is that, our government has become corrupt. So even if MAGA isn't the right force for it, it's what everybody wants is for our government to become uncorrupt and unempowered over everybody. Everybody just wants to live a life. That's what actual MAGA really is about. Isn't about, oh, well, they're Republicans and all this kind of shit and their ideology. No, it's about common people fighting elitists. People that want to rule over them and have rules for themselves, or for you, not for themselves. Rules for thee, but not for me. And it makes sense. And it just happens that the one guy who's talking the most shit with the biggest mouth, the most star power, all that kind of stuff, is Donald Trump. Like him or hate him. That's the guy leading that shit. You can not like Donald Trump, that's fine, but you got to look at the actual people that are supporting him, and that's actual MAGA. And I think if our government was doing a good job and taking care of all of us, there wouldn't be a MAGA. There would be no need for rebellion. Unfortunately, our government has become fat, bloated, and out of control. Our government has become fat Thor. And that's a damn shame. All right, I am going to extend. I think I am going to do it this way. We're going to extend this blue over. Yeah, I think that works. I don't know if you guys can see the sparkle. Yeah, you can kind of see the sheen off the blue now. Cool. Well, that's just not everybody wants to be a rebel either. Some people just want to be left the fuck alone and live out a normal life. But when you really break Star Wars down, it's just a typical hero's journey, like the Odyssey. Actually, I take it back. There is a movie I am kind of looking forward to, depending on how it shakes out. Apparently, Christopher Nolan is doing Homer's The Odyssey. And it could be really fucking good. Because nobody has really told Homer's Odyssey correctly yet. If Christopher Nolan does it justice, it could be a great movie. Let me see these two together. I had forgot all about that. Because, yeah, if he lands and knocks Homer's Odyssey out of the park, then he does the Iliad afterwards. That could be really fucking good. And Christopher Nolan is one of those. There's very few people I can look at and say, yes, this director kills it with everything. Even the shit I don't like, he's a great director. Quentin Tarantino is one, and the other one has got to be Christopher Nolan. Christopher Nolan is unreal. I mean, that man landed, he actually did Batman well. So, yeah, in the 80s, we also got to look at the decades, though. Right. 60s was all about like hippies and love and peace and anti-war sentiment and all this kind of stuff because we had Vietnam going on. 70s was kind of developing industry, getting our feet, people like coming off of that hippiness and a little bit more corporatized, I'd say. The 80s, greed is good. That defines the 80s. It was all about me. It was all about feeling good, not really giving a fuck about anybody else and making a shit ton of money. The 90s were all about kind of like nihilism, not, yeah, kind of. Was more like, well, the world's going to end, punk rock kind of vibe to it. Fuck it, like the whole grunge, Gap grunge approved. Like grunge era of music and stuff like that and culture. More of a I don't give a fuck and fuck you, man. Nothing matters anyway. It's all going to end. And then the 2000s were more like nihilistic, I want to say. And then it just kind of got more fucked up from there. And then everything having a balance swung the other way where everybody gave too much of a fuck about everything. Like all of a sudden it was the most underclassed of all people need the loudest voice in the room because they've been overlooked for so long. And it was like, yeah, no, they don't because they're idiots. Like it's not that they're underclassed. It's just are they benefiting the world in some way, shape, or form? I'm not seeing. Not that they don't have a right to exist, but how are you benefiting things? Did our entertainment get better? Did our lifestyles get better? No, it was just same shit, bigger pile. What's up, alien? How are you, man? Holy shit, I'm up to 8 likes. That's fucking a beautiful thing. I rarely get up to like 4 likes. Most people are like, yo, you're an asshole. Stop talking. I'm going to dislike this video now. So thanks for that, guys. Everybody shout out Alien Spaceship Sound Effects and Blog, who's in the chat. He's got his own channel. He'll probably go live in like 2 hours, about 2 hours, Alien. Maybe two and a half. He does the late late show, but his shit's always fun, interesting, and he's always trying to learn more constantly. Very good show. Click on his name, subscribe to his channel. Hell, Shrey, can you drop a link to Alien's channel? Get him a subscriber or two. You know, yeah. I mean, I got a long march to 500. Aliens are, I think, already there. He just needs the viewing hours. Dude, you never need thanks. You never need to thank me, Alien. Without you, me doing all this wouldn't have been possible because you helped me get everything started with the streaming studio, with the camera, with everything else. I appreciate the hell out of you for not gatekeeping knowledge and, like being a dickhead. And then your content's pretty good too. Like you get into some interesting topics and you're always trying to learn. Like you're always trying to educate yourself. And I've said this 1,000 times on this show. Um, but I don't want super chats. I don't want anybody to, send me money. If anything, get me to 500 subscribers so I can start taking YouTube's money from them. And then I'll give Sheree her little payout off the side on that, um, for being the best mods on these interwebs. But, with you, you want to do this kind of like a living. So I tell people all the time, you want to donate money to people or anything, go to Alien's channel, help him the fuck out because he wants to do this as a lifestyle. I'm just some old asshole on the internet who's painting things and running his gums. And out of the pure kindness of different people is the only reason why I can keep doing it. It keeps me painting, keeps me like thinking, talking. Because honestly, I don't interact with society anymore. I've kind of ostracized myself out of it. I was like, check, please, I'm out of this motherfucker. And came here. So it's really just, if I didn't have so many cool people watching me or helping me along the way, I'd be done. Just be like, well, no more shows. Thank you. I'm working on it. It's a little sloppy right now. I got to tighten a lot of stuff up. Like I'm seeing flicks in the gold and stuff like that. But it could also be camera light or desk light. No, it's probably going to need like a second coat on some of it. I just got to figure out different color schemes and different shit I'm doing with the damn thing. Like I know his eyes are going to be that bright ass blue. This needs to come down here like this. It actually comes under his hair. I didn't cut that in tight enough, did I? Shit. Yeah, I have to fix that gold out on it. Oh god, I went sloppy. I fat fingered it. But yeah, it's crazy because now I'm looking at this decade and the 2020s. So far, the first part of them were just completely fucked up. It's almost like COVID itself was a reset on society, where we got the hardest of left ideology, I'd say. And now we're not even getting a right ideology switch. We're just getting power to the people switch, where it's like, okay, yeah, this shit played out to an awful conclusion. We're all seeing it happen in real time. It needs to get cleaned up. It needs to get fixed. We need to assemble a team of some of the best and brightest that we have in politics right now. And they just all happen to align on one side. And it was like, okay, the American people can get behind this because maybe people hated Donald Trump, but really liked Tulsi Gabbard. They really liked RFK Jr. They really liked Vivek Ramaswamy, you know? And it's like, if we can get them all in one tent, God, we'd be in business. And Elon Musk. And sure enough, they all aligned. And I think this is the progression of things and where it was supposed to be. I think, to use an awful phrase from Star Wars, I think this will bring balance to the Force. You taught a lot of people don't take shit from anyone? I hope it wasn't on, oh yeah, 2020 did. I thought you said you did at first when I glanced over at it, Sheree. I'm like, yo, you've been going around saying DTSFA? Like, that would be hysterical. Like, Sheree's just like real time, like DTSFA. Like, what? Wait, what did she say to me? And why is she giving me the bird while she does it? Why is she flipping me the bird? What did I do? Like, how do I respond to this? That's got to get cut out with blue more there. You did tell your son that long. Not, well, that's good. I mean, I've told my kids that you don't take shit from anyone. You know, if you're at work, like when my daughter was working retail when she first her first job before she started running her company, she was working retail, and I told her like you're meant for better things. She goes, well, look, you've done retail for many years of your life. How do you do it? How do you put up with a customer that's, shitty and just entitled and asshole, even though, because you have to, it's your job. And I'm like, I put on a mask. I was like, I'm not going in there. They're paying me a check to do work. I go in, I do my work. I, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. Okay, not a problem. Let's see what we can do. Let's see. I'll work with you. Let's see if we can help you in this respect, that respect. You can be nasty as hell to me. I'm still going to treat you the same. I'm going to treat you with respect and try and come to a conclusion that works out for you in your best interest and the company's best interest. I was like, now, honestly, in my mind, I'm going like, you can go fuck your mother, you piece of shit. I hope, I hope you get colon cancer on the way home and pass out in your car, hit a tree, and burst into flames. Like, I'm doing that shit in my mind, but I can't do that to a customer. I'm like, so I'm putting on a mask. And when I go into retail, you have to wear the mask. Oh yeah, retail does take a special kind of self control, Sheree. You are not wrong, because there are so many people. Like, I'll tell you what, moving down south, southern people are very kind, but the northerners that have moved to the south are just, you can always tell one. I'd always say it. You must be from New Jersey. You must be from Ohio. You must be from Pennsylvania. You must be from New York. How'd you know? Well, one, your accent. Two, you're a fucking asshole. That's how I know. Because you act like you're better than everybody around you. And fact of the matter is, you wipe your butt just the same as I do when I get off the toilet. So you ain't nobody special. Like, and if we were in New Jersey right now, I'd probably tell you to go fuck yourself and get out of my store. But I can't do that down here. I got to be nice. Yeah, and you do have to talk quick like car salesman. I mean, with GameStop, that was one of my things. If somebody's at your register and you had to get subscription numbers and you had to get reserve numbers, hey, is there any games coming up you want to reserve? Same thing as saying like, and granted they don't say this at McDonald's anymore, but there's a point in time. Would you like a hot apple pie with that? No, okay, thank you. But you had to ask the customer. You got to work it in. Oh yeah, dude. you're not wrong either, Paul. There are some nasty, nasty people when it comes to when it comes to like just how they live their lives. Like they're not happy about anything. They're miserable. And you're like, dude, how are you going through life with this much shit and you're in misery? You are like you just like, do you hate life? Like what's the deal here? Why are you so angry? Like how can I not be like you? Like I don't want to ever be like you. I said to my wife on Christmas Day, and it was before we opened any presents. I looked her dead in the face and I said, look, if I had a heart attack and died tomorrow, I want you to know this before we open any gifts that we're giving to each other. This is the happiest I've ever been in my life. Sad as that may sound, crazy as that may sound, it's the happiest I've ever been. My children are doing well. I have my pets. I have my house. I have you. I have a very good life. I have people, like I even said, I have people that tune in, watch me pretty much on a religious basis on my streams. They're good people. I can have conversations with them. I don't judge them. They don't judge me. We just enjoy the time we have together, even though I'm just mainly running my mouth. It was like, life is pretty good. Got food, got a roof over my head, bills are paid, everything's going well. If I were to die tomorrow, I would die happy. And she was like, oh, that's the sweetest thing I've ever heard. I said, no, I don't plan on dying. So whatever life insurance policy you have, you can't cash it in yet. She kind of snickered at that. But, it's the truth. Like, it's just really where I'm at in my life. And I'm blessed for it. And any way I can spread that out, it's a good thing. If I hit the lottery tomorrow, I would still be the same guy. I would show up next Thursday. Now, granted, my camera would be a little bit better, but my microphone might be a little bit better. But I'm going to be the same guy regardless if I've got a shit ton of loot or I don't, because life, fortunately, for me, is good. Like it's been good for a minute now, and I appreciate it because I'm living in it in the moment. Would you like to supersize? Yeah, well, okay, so here's one thing. If this is all that comes out of the next 4 years of Trump being in office, I'll be a happy man. If they force McDonald's to go back to beef tallow to cook their fries, like, so back to the old 80s style. So somebody who, like Alien, if he's still in the chat, isn't old enough to remember McDonald's fries back in the day. He's not old enough to remember. Paul is another one. He's not old enough to remember what original McDonald's fries were like back in the day. But let me tell you something. The French fries you get at McDonald's now are dog shit. Okay, back in the day, they used to cook them in beef tallow till this one asshole went on a whole health campaign about, I think it was trans fats or something from the beef tallow. Now, granted, medical science has proven that, well, it's not really true, but McDonald's started frying their shit in vegetable oil. Before then, those fries were fucking outstanding. Like, they were just unbelievably good. You could go to McDonald's, not even worry about getting a burger. You're just like, yeah, I just came for the fries. Like, they were that good. Yeah, see, I don't even think it was early 2000s. I want to say it was like mid 90s that they switched off. Maybe even earlier than that, like early 90s. I'd have to look that shit up. What did Paul say? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, the old McDonald's fries are they are a treat to behold. Like, and if RFK goes in there and gets McDonald's to put tallow fries back on the menu and get rid of all this bullshit that they're cooking the seed oil and everything they're cooking it in, man, you're going to see buy stock in McDonald's. Like if they announce that the price, and I'm not a stock guy, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I'm not giving you financial advice. I'm just saying, couple grand in McDonald's stock if they change their fries back to the way they were back when I was a kid. I'm going to say I had to be my freshman year in high school when before those fries changed. Somewhere around there. But yeah, they were like unbelievably good. Just stupid good. Like it just it's crazy. There's actually people that have recipes up on the internet to make old McDonald's fries at home. And it's just it's unreal. But yeah, some it was some millionaire dude too who started a whole he took out ads in newspapers, started a whole damn campaign about like how the tallow fat or whatever was not healthy and kind of like same thing they did to marijuana in the government, like the tobacco companies really nailed the shit out of them because old buddy was like a millionaire who owned tobacco and he owned what the hell was the other thing? Tobacco and I want to say it was paper mills because the whole thing is hemp paper, like the Constitution's written on hemp, but it's a lot more durable, a lot cheaper to produce. You don't deforest anything when you're producing it. You basically grow it back like super fast and everything else. And then with tobacco has to be cured and treated and there's an aging process with it, all this kind of stuff. So weed like marijuana, you just throw on the ground. There's a reason they call it weed. You can throw seeds on the ground in some cases and it'll just sprout up. And it was like he would have lost a shit ton of money on it, so he canceled it out. Same thing with who was it? Was it J.P. Morgan with Tesla? Not Tesla is in the car, but Nikola Tesla. He um he was financing him and then realized that Nikola Tesla wanted to give everybody free energy and he's like, "Shit. I own all the power lines. I own all this kind of stuff. I'm going to lose money on this deal." And he was like, "Yeah, I can't back you anymore." Cute picture in Discord. Let me check. But yeah, it's fucked up that some of the there are some great things that happen in this world, and then there's shit that happens like money. Like so, here you go. Good thing. Elon Musk buys Twitter, gives free speech back to the American peoples, right? Oh, dude, that's fucking crazy. Forever, you're watching this shit in what should I call it in VR? That's nuts. It's pretty awesome though. But yeah, so you got shit like that, but then you have these other rich people that are doing things that might have benefited humanity or made things more accessible and free to people that saw the money value in it. Was like, no, I can't give that away for free. I need to get rich off this. Fuck everybody else. Like, that's money is the root of all evil, they say. I don't know so much it's money. I think it's more what money can buy. And honestly, I think power is the root of all evil. Power over others in particular. Because the more power you have in someone's life, it seems what more people go for. That seems to be what the actual quest is. Let me get this brush a little wet. See if I can't smooth this because it's gooping. Starting to goopy. Goopy like poopy. I'll have to tighten up that gold again. Damn. But yeah, I'm not saying that, people shouldn't make money, but there comes a limit where what the fuck are you going to do with all of it? Like somebody gives you $1 trillion. What the fuck do I need $1 trillion for? Just to say I have $1 trillion? Like there's limits. Like there are limits to what you can buy in this life. I mean, not gonna lie, even a millionaire can buy a person. Like you can have them imported nowadays and buy them outright. Like, oh, who's that? That's Wong. That's my Chinese sex slave. Like, how much did you pay for him? Oh, he was only a couple hundred grand. Borders open, we can just smuggle him right across. Like, it's kind of fucked up. I mean, technically, when you really think about it, we're all slaves to something, whether it be company, spouse, God, you name it. Everybody's kind of a slave to something, one way or another. I spent 2 days. Wait, is the lottery up to 1 billion? 'Cause I'm gonna definitely go play that shit. Might as well. $2 on 1 billion. Possibility of winning 1 billion, even if it's a 2 in 2 billion chance. Well, it's still a 2% chance you win, or a 0.2%, or a 0.2%. I don't know, but yeah, it's still a shot. Can't play. Can't win if you don't play. Luck has a way of hitting people sometimes, and you know, yeah. See, like that's one of those other things. Has anybody else found that really suspect that all of a sudden a couple of the lotteries over the past couple of years have gone up to $1 billion? Like something with that. Like I don't know what it is. I don't know if people just like my only hope is to hit the lottery to have a good life instead of working hard and earning it. Like I mean, for me, it's more, I'll throw out $2. Maybe I'll win. But there's people that and I've seen this before, and it's sad as hell whenever I see it, that you can tell it's like second of the month, they just got their check from the government, and they're in there, and they just drop like, I'll buy 600 lottery tickets, and you're standing in line waiting for a pack of smokes. Like, what the fuck is this guy doing? And it's like, God damn, dude. Like, and then you find out, like, because I'm in South Carolina, so you find out, oh no, the winner was in California. You're like, well, that dude didn't win, just dropped 600 fucking dollars on this. Yeah, see, and that's the other thing. You pull at a group for lotto tickets, right? So then you have to take the cash out option and pay the taxes on it, which, my God, I think the last person who hit for like 1.2 billion or something like that only walked away with like 300 million. And I mean, it was a single person who won. But, that always made me wonder, like, pulling in at work, do you have people that, like, if they won, would they get the greedy gimmies? Well, I went out to the store and bought the damn thing, so I get an extra 5%. You guys all have to split this. Or is it legit like everybody just gets a chunk of the pie? Like, even. But you still have to pay the damn taxes on it. That's kind of the rub there. I mean, granted, I'm not going to scoff at like, oh, I only got $1 million. Like, well, shit, that'll take care of you for a minute. And if you're smart with your money and thrifty with it, it can last you a lifetime. Most of us won't see $1 million in our lifetime. Well, I definitely won't. I'm too lazy. But there's still hope for guys like Alien. Who knows? Maybe Alien's the next Mr. Beast, and we don't know it. It's like, oh yeah, I'm giving away $100,000 because I can, motherfucker. Like, I don't know. Hitting the lottery would definitely be something that would be, it would be life changing in the fact that you've got that backup cash. But then what's sad is the saddest part about the lottery. There's people that have won like 50, $100 million, and then like 4 years later are bankrupt because they legit either doled out that money to people or just pissed it away on stuff that they really didn't need, bought way above their head. And, like, let's say you buy a nice piece of property. Oh, I bought this mansion. So, well, how much you pay for it? It was 20 million, but I still got 80 million left. Okay, did you factor out what are the taxes on that property for the lifetime that you're going to be alive? Well, no. Okay, so then I spent this other 20 million on this, or I spent, okay, what about taxes and this, that, and the other thing that go with it? You're just like, no. And then you're broke and you're out on the street, your house is foreclosed on, and your wife's sleeping with the neighbor now. Great. Your uncle was not wrong. A fool and his money will soon be parted. Yeah. Imagine upkeep on a $20 million house with vaulted ceilings. That's when you got to spend the $1 million to buy a person just to upkeep your house for you. Then you got to buy another person to go and maintain your lawn and the topiary that's out front. You got to start hiring everybody. I think that's going to be gold. That's going to be the blue. That'll accent that. Sorry, guys. I'm just color scheming in my brains again out loud. I got to clean up this mess I've got going on back here. Start tightening up this gold and everything else now that I kind of have a layout for his headdress and his body wear. But yeah, I don't know. I can see where somebody blows through $20 million on hookers and drugs too. Hell, we've already seen it. As a matter of fact, the guy just got pardoned by his dad, so there's that. Yeah, what's going to be really fucked up is I want you guys to think about this one. What will happen to the slave market once robots become an actual household thing? Like all of a sudden, human slavery is might just go away because everybody has their own robot companion or made to keep their house that's a robot or whatever. What happens then to the people coming into the country illegally, and that's the jobs that they give to them, or that's the excuse they give is, well, my maid is an illegal alien, and are they just going to be like, okay, I'm done with you now. I just bought three robots to replace your ass, or I bought a robot. I mean, let's will that end human slavery or human trafficking and all that stuff? Because I'm going to tell you now, I say this all the time. In my opinion, what will drive everything with robotics and we will know this 110% very soon, is A, the porn industry, and B, for the the robot end of things specifically is basically sex dolls. I know that sounds goofy and that sounds ridiculous, but believe it or not, we actually I'm speaking from historical knowledge now. Back in the day, Sony had Betamax, and Betamax was much better quality, everything else, much smaller and easy to keep, but expensive to mass produce. VHS, on the other hand, was lower quality, didn't store as easy because it was a bigger, bulkier product, and much easier to mass produce. What determined which media we kept? The porn industry. More porn was produced on VHS than it was on Betamax, and therefore it was adapted as our main media source. Going forward in the future, there was Blu-ray and there was HD DVD. Blu-ray was exclusively owned by Sony, but easier to mass produce, the whole 9 yards. Quality was about the same, and HD DVD was more expensive. The porn industry chose Blu-ray, put out more porn on that, and Sony won the war on that front. And then, because their shit caught on, they had also installed Blu-rays in every one of their PlayStations. People buying the game console were like, I've already got a Blu-ray player. So they started buying, it boosted Blu-ray up. So I'm not going to lie at all, video games, the porn industry, are going to determine the future of robotics. Dude, those robot dogs scare the shit out of me. Like all that stuff does, because I can just see I'm trying to think how to say this properly. I guess I can see the practical use of it in warfare. Like, why are we sending 100 troops to die? Just send in some robot dogs, and then those robot dogs get off the leash, so to speak. Something goes wrong, somebody hacks the system, and all of a sudden they just turn around and start annihilating everything and everybody instead of their intended targets. I can see that being a full on shit horror show. Yeah, see, like Terminator, that kind of shit. I'm only half worried about a Terminator scenario because I don't think they would ever be stupid enough to say, all right, we're going to put the nukes in control. The robot's going to make all the decisions for us. Maybe if it's like a dead man switch where, okay, we're already nuked and there's nobody left here to press this button, then the thing goes off, something like that, or it's got a countdown clock of 24 hours. Because you don't need somebody alive to operate that, That would make sense to me, but just an initial strike or even a counterattack immediately and just letting a robot handle it, I don't see that. I can't see that. I don't think they're ever going to take human hands off the button because we all know what the button can do. You know, um, like just the fallout into nature itself, the horror. You're talking about destroying an ecology for centuries. 20 years just gone. Or I mean 20 years, like 2,000 years, 3,000 years just gone. I can't believe I just said fucking 20 years. Talking about centuries and then say decades. Paul, you had yourself a good in there, sir. Thanks for dropping in, brother. Appreciate you. And hope the puppy's doing good too. That is a cute as hell dog, by the way. You got. He's cute. Oh, ho, 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 you son of a gun. That's gonna be a bitch. Get it? Yeah, I got the line to go around. Good. But yeah, I mean, I think our future looks bright. I know the war, the Ukraine Russia war, that shit's got to end almost immediately. We're getting close to one of the two sides detonating a nuke somewhere by accident. I know I saw that Russia, like, I guess, bombed Kiev on Christmas Day or some shit. I kind of caught like a glimpse of that, but everybody just kind of scrolled over it or blew over it. Nobody was really going into depth on it because they're just like, oh, it's more Russia Ukraine stuff doesn't get clicks anymore. And it's like, well, no. Kind of important when you get hit on a religious holiday, especially when it's one that Russia like celebrates as well. It's very telling that you're starting to see the other side as godless or heathen. Robot dogs. Yeah, those the little tiny robot dogs are cute. I'm talking about the ones that we use as like mount a gun to the top of their head and have them running around like what the hell is this? Like Black Mirror. Yeah, are they really using North Korean troops though? Who cares? Doesn't matter if they're using North Korean troops. I don't care what troops they're using. The fact is that this shit accelerated because they fired long range missiles into Russia. And Russia just retaliated on Christmas Day in the middle of Kiev. Kiev, I don't give a fuck how you want to call it, but you guys know what I'm talking about. And when, like I said, when you're going that route where you're willing to attack your. Look at, like, I think it happened, believe it or not, Israel. I can't remember when it was, but I swear they got attacked on one of their holidays and it was not good. Like, it really escalated things. I don't think they've lost as much manpower as everybody thinks. I think that I think Putin is holding back. I've said this before on here, Alien, but I think what's really happening is Putin isn't dropping his best stuff. So, for example, America, you know what we do with our old fighter jets and old tanks and everything else whenever we come up with a new model? We sell it to other countries. So it's like, oh, this tank, we'll say, I think we still kept them, but maybe not. But the M1 Abrams, let's say that tank's outdated and we've got a new one, the M10 Abrams or M4 Abrams, right? They take those old M1 Abrams and they'll be like, hey, Vietnam, you want to buy this shit from us? We'll sell them to you. They cost us $10 million each to produce, probably a lot more than that. But 10 million each to produce, we'll sell them to you for $1 million a piece or 5 million a piece. So we're recouping some of those costs because we have better weaponry now anyway. I think what Russia's done is they're sending either their shittiest troops, not their full fighting force, and I think they're using their older weapons. And they're just like, yeah, we can sacrifice here, there, and wherever, and just wasting it and getting rid of it. Might as well blow it up. Like, shit, that's a bomb's job is to blow up, right? Same thing with military weapons. You build them to use them. You hope to build them to deter things from attacking you. But reality is they're built to be used. And I think Putin's just wiping that stuff out so he can replenish with newer shit, for one. But two, going into a place like Ukraine that's your neighbor, okay, yeah, you're kind of saber rattling and sending a message to the rest of the world. You fuck with Russia, we're going to go to war with you. That's great and all that. But Putin, I think, wants to seize at least parts, and he already has seized the parts I think he really wants of Ukraine, like Crimea. Well, no, Crimea was under Obama. What was the other part? What was the part he just seized? I don't know. But he wants to seize like different parts of it. And he doesn't want to destroy all the people. Now, unfortunately, the Ukrainians are running out of blood just as quick as like these soldiers for Russia apparently are. But I don't think I don't think they're Russia's best troops. And I think he's not trying to actually kill a ton of civilians, because how do you rule a people or take over an area and have people bend their knee to you? You can do it through fear that I'm going to execute you at my first opportunity, or you do it through compassion. Look, I killed the troops. They were soldiers fighting against me, but I spared all of you. And I think Putin's going with that latter option, to subjugate people. So they're like, look, he could have killed us. He let us live. He didn't blow up all our houses. He blew up this row of houses, but there was military there. Russia lost a lot of men in World War One and World War Two, and they never stopped. That was just it. The Germans could not take them out. They pushed in there hard as hell in World War Two, and the bitter cold, the Russian soldiers would not give up, and everybody was impressed with that. But we're talking about a people that, Viking stock in there, Hun stock, you're talking about a people that's very proud, very hardy, and they're, even if you want to call them like barbaric, they can be. But the general population of Russia, not the governments, not the military, are actually very good people. They're just people like us. That's for most of the countries in the world, except for maybe like a North Korea. Like, people there are kind of brainwashed because they've never had free will. But any country that's had free will, and their people are used to free will for the most part, even if they're subjugated to a point, you'll find that they're very good people, and they just want to live quiet, normal lives. They don't want all this warfare. They don't want everybody dying, like sacrificing their children to war and shit. So I feel bad for the people of Russia. I feel bad for the people of Ukraine too. They're in a shit position. I also think that, a lot of the shit, the money and stuff we're sending over to Ukraine, all we're doing is prolonging them dying. Like, there was a old Iron Maiden song. It was called 2 Minutes to Midnight. And it was like, I'm trying to remember how the line goes. We all feed the war machines and grease the wheels with our babies. I think that's the line. We all feed the war machine and grease the wheels with our babies. And it's the fucking truth. Like, if tomorrow Trump comes out, or, well, not Trump, I guess it would be Biden tomorrow, and not till the 20th is it Trump of January. But Biden comes out tomorrow and says, yeah, we're going into Ukraine. I'm recruiting all men from this age to this age. If my son falls in that age range, my name is now my son's name. I'll go to war. I'll be like, yeah, I'm him. And I'll fucking, even if it kills me, I'll get through boot camp and all that. I will not let my son go fight a war that is really not our fight. It's not going to determine the future of American civilization in Ukraine. It's not helping us. You got people like the senator from my state, Lindsey Graham, who's just, he doesn't give a fuck about how many Ukrainians die. He wants the minerals that they have in the ground. He doesn't give a fuck about their children dying because he has none of his own. He's a piece of shit. All he cares about is the money we'll reap from those minerals. All he cares about is protecting the biological weapons labs that we have set up there, even if they're just for quote unquote research purposes. That's all he gives a fuck about. And that's the problem with our government. We got to get people like that the fuck out of there. We need people in there that are sound of mind and actually want to make sure that like Alien, you're a younger guy, man. You know, people like you have a bright future. Sheree doesn't want to see her children go to war. I don't want to see my children. Nobody that has kids wants to see your kid in that war. Are you proud of them if they're a soldier? Absolutely. Because they're going and they're fighting for a country that they believe in. In most cases, they're going to fight and protect this goddamn country. And they're fighting for American ideals. And we should all be fucking well, not envious, but proud of them for that. But you don't want your child going into war. Comes back missing limbs, comes back with a heroin addiction, comes back with, even if he walks out of there unscathed, but sees so much horror that it breaks his mind. I don't want my kids to go through that. And I think all that's achievable to an extent. I think this has to be played out like a chess game in a conversation. I don't think it needs to be played out like moving figurines on a board. Except for this figurine is 20,000 people, and we'll take old Soundwave here. And this figurine is 20,000 Russians. That's 20,000 Ukrainians. Okay, well they're both dead. You guys canceled each other out. That's 20,000 fucking 40,000 total people that are fucking dead, asshole. Like, how does that help anything? It doesn't. Oh shit. Your son's boyfriend? He became a low key drunk. Well, honestly, in the military, what do you got to do? Like, I've lived on bases, and I've definitely seen some shit. And a lot of the Marines like to just, there's nothing better to do. You're bored. Best friend, boyfriend. I wasn't judging Sheree. Yeah, BF is boyfriend, GF is girlfriend. Don't worry about it, Sheree. Like I said, I wasn't judging either way. Yeah, no judgment out of me. Hey, like I said, son is close enough, either an adult or close enough to an adult where it is what it is. Like, I'm not going to bash you for who you give a shit about in this world, as long as you give a shit about somebody other than yourself. And forever, oh, sorry, forever. Thank you for your service. Actually, to tell you the truth, if I had known you were in the service forever, I would have slept better at night when you were in there. Cause yeah, I know what you can do off the battlefield, and that's just that when we were in high school. Shit, this white hasn't dried too much. I just realized his garment comes up to here. Yeah, so that's the other part. We're starting to see a new line of warfare with the drones, where they just hook an explosive to them, give the drone a flight path. All you got to do is program that drone wrong. It flies into a public school, instead of the church next to it because GPS was off a little bit. And my God, that's terrible. You're going to have a lot of civilian casualties. Speaking of drones, so yeah, the New Jersey drones. Apparently, the ones coming from the ocean, they don't know what the fuck they are. They just know it's no other nation. Well, if you know there are no other nations, then exactly what are these things? They're not moving like normal drones. There's no noise like normal drones. What the fuck? Are we getting invaded by aliens, guys, and we all just like overlooked it? What the hell's this about? They the new plasma breed of drone? What's going on here? Can you imagine if, like, yes, there's some that are just misidentified as drones in New Jersey. There are some that are ours that are just hobbyists, but then it turned out that there was actually like alien drones in there. How fucking funny would that be? Like, we got invaded by aliens back in 2024, and we didn't find out about it until 2028. Like, what the fuck? So, that is one thing that did happen. The the port apparently in New Jersey, they did misplace some nuclear material. They've come out and said as much. So they might have been looking for it, but it was also reportedly found. So it's not missing anymore. But yeah, maybe there is nuclear material, and it's a good chance. Good chance it's a nuke out there. Watching that one CEO state his case, I believe it. Um, I don't know though. Something about it still isn't quite right. But whatever it is, they're doing it in a way where they're all right with people panicking about drones being over them, but not what's actually going on. Like, they could come out and tell us, yeah, this we're missing nuclear material, everything else. That would be a lot worse than drones flying overhead. So that makes sense. The only issue I have with it is you would, at that point in time, you know an attack's going to happen. You would cordon off the area and then basically start closing in, if that makes any sense to you. So you would already, like something with a nuke like that being smuggled or hidden or anything like this, you would narrow that shit down pretty damn quick on not just where the nuke is, but the people that were behind it. You would have some kind of knowledge. I do know our government taps our phones, taps the internet, watches YouTube videos, whatever. They would figure it out. Well, that's just it. Let's say it is a nuke. Let's say somebody smuggled a dirty bomb in somewhere in fucking bumblefuck New Jersey. Let's say they smuggled it into my old town, right? And they're hiding with it there. Because honestly, those drones are flying over my old town. The county I was in was Burlington, where Forever and myself went to high school. That's in Burlington County. That's where they're flying those drones. Like they said, Evesham, that's a town over from the high school that we went to when we were kids. But yeah, so East Bumblefuck, New Jersey. Somebody smuggled it in there. They know it's in that vicinity. I'm going to tell you now, there's a lot of people there, but there's not that many people there. You would be able to narrow it down like, yo, have you seen a guy walking around in a hijab and saying praise Allah a lot. Yeah, yeah, I know that fucker. He was down at the bar last week. It, it's it's a big place, but it's not big enough where you couldn't narrow a person down if you went in there. Now, granted, if they're hiding like the Pine Barrens, you'll never fucking find them anyway. But outside of that, if they're up towards New York, that area, way more populated, way more easy to find. Now, New Jersey, I've often said this, has 2 nuclear plants that weren't far from where I grew up. Maybe 20 miles, 30 miles. So when 9/11 happened, I was like, yeah, why the fuck didn't they just fly the planes into those? Because you fly into a cooling tower, and I'm not going to lie, back then I just envisioned it like Chernobyl, where if you crack one of those cooling towers, everything melts down, and all of a sudden there's a nuclear explosion. Reality is everybody's learned from Chernobyl, and that's not how that shit works. There's a whole subsection in place to lock down and deactivate the reactor immediately if there's ever a breach. So you don't have a full-bore meltdown, which is why nuclear is a lot safer in the nowadays than it was back when we were kids and learning about it. Wow, you were there the night before the shutdown? Yeah, I'm telling you, our government knows what it is. An alien you might be right, might be nuclear material. We might find out it's nuclear material. Um, it could also be. I've said this before on here that you have Lockheed Martin there, and you have Lockheed Martin is over in Morristown or Moorestown, I guess you would say Morres town or Mount Laurel, one of the two, which is in that area. And they do testing of government projects all the time there, develop weapons and high tech for the government. I can't go into what I've seen when I, was there, but they definitely have some high tech shit in there. So it could be their drones, and they're doing like testing on them before they actually put them in the field, or they're fine tuning sensors. Could be that. You also have McGuire Air Force Base, which is in South Jersey, out towards the Pine Barrens. I want to say that's out towards the Browns Mill area. Browns Mills. Wait, is that Fort Dix? I think they shut down Fort Dix. And Dix is spelled Dix, which is an Army base, or was an Army base. I don't even know if it's there anymore. But you do have military facilities in that area too, and private contractors. So if the government's saying, well, they're not ours, they might not be lying. It could be Lockheed Martin. It could be like they're ours in the fact that we're going to use them once they're developed, but right now they're not technically ours. It's a ghost base now. I know my uncle was stationed there at one point. God rest him. I've been on that base quite a bit too. Used to play. Me and my cousins used to go out in the woods there and everything else. A lot of fun. That's a shame. But McGuire Air Force Base is still up and running forever. Because that would, if you're going to go from anywhere, an air base makes sense. And them going into the ocean, the other thing that nobody has really talked about, because everybody's like, oh, well, it's like an aircraft carrier kind of deal, and, it's a cargo boat that's cut down with. Why couldn't it be a submarine? What if the submarine's popping up, letting off some drones, they're flying out, doing what they got to do, and then just coming back? Why couldn't it be a sub? I mean, granted, we detect it like damn near instantly, I would hope, right off our coastline. But at the same point in time, it could be a sub. Subs, most people think they're like tiny little things. They're like little cities under the water. What's up, mister? How are you? But yeah, Fort Dix, that's a shame they shut that place down. But yeah, I could see any of these being the case with them. I like the fantasy end of things where it's they're aliens, they're coming from the ocean, they're gonna turn the frogs gay when they get here. Like that part kind of like entertains me every time I think about it. I think that would be funnier than all hell. Could be creepy crazy. Yeah, there you go, alien. You got it right. Gay aliens plotting to take over and capture kids and sell them off at pizza stores. You can order them on the menu. All you got to do is put in for extra anchovies. They'll show up at your house in 5 minutes or less, or you get your money back on the kid you bought. Clearly, it's drones from China that are coming aboard. They're hiding the Sandy Hook kids, so this way I don't get sued again. My story was correct on that one. Shit like that. Like crazy conspiracies are always fun. Gives you a break from mundane life. Oh well, it's just a test pattern for some bullshit our military has now. Yeah, if you're not getting censored, you're not really trying. You're not wrong. I don't know, but you know how I watched that trailer, right, Mister? Last week. Yeah, I checked that video afterwards. Flat out, those sons of bitches. They they were like copyrighted material at this point in time. I'm like, what the fuck did I watch that was copyrighted? The sound from the music that's in it, the music is called Genesis. So I'm like, yo, I didn't listen to any Phil Collins shit. What are these people talking about? And like, that's what it was. It was the trailer from that movie. And I was like, no shit, that's the name of the song is Genesis. That real shitty Superman theme. The good news is Warner Brothers didn't nail me for it. They just said, yeah, there's copyrighted material here. You don't have to take it out of your stream or anything else. We're just noting that it's there. We're all gonna head down to New Orleans and we'll see what's going on with these gay frogs. There's a man out in those swamps, from what I understand, that's been pouring chemicals in the water, turning the frogs gay. Just some YouTube streamer. We've heard things about this kid, and he just thought it would be funny to turn all the frogs gay. Son of a bitch. I do the overlay on this little damn scarab thing. Hopefully, it'll look pretty. I can't dance. I can't sing. See, I lost the definition right there. Crazy. Oh, shit. Just throw that anywhere. Pick it up with my fat toes. I have fucking having size 14 feet since I was 16. Oh, you learn to use your toes like a monkey picking things up. Drop my paintbrush. Able to pick it up with my feet. Yeah, well, let's hope you don't pick anything else up. Like, make sure that if you're going down to Alien's neck of the woods, he shows you where the good red light district is. Stay away from that red light district where you get the girl in the room and she's just like, "It's ma'am." Yeah, there's no hurricanes inbound. I'll tell you that much. Just remember, way down in Louisiana by the Evergreens, there stood a log cabin made of earth and wood. A boy inside named Johnny Be Good. Oh, so hard to get there. Thank God I'm overlaying this with brown. Yeah, I can't blame you not paying 2K for a flight. You're not that far out, are you? 2 days to travel there? I thought you were closer than that for some reason. I thought your travel time would be a lot less. You can always like hang out with like go to Alien's house, chill with them. We'll see you on Alien's next live stream. You could be on there with them, like co-hosting and shit. Make it an adventure. I prefer Asian. Show me the yellow light district. Nice. Well, wait a minute. Isn't it Red China though? God damn. I think that shit's drying out too much. Me, I'm not allowed anywhere near New Orleans. When I was younger, I always wanted to go to New Orleans. Now that I'm older, it's kind of like, yeah, I'm good. Yeah, Mister's not wrong. He travels. Like, I can't remember what the one person's name was, but he's like, yeah, I'll be out in your neck of the woods this week. What are you up to? And they just like ghosted him online. Damn, dog, you make enough noise. Alien, you gonna let him hang out with the possum? Damn, that essential tremor's kicking in. Not good. On, spread out just a little bit. Well, you never know what Alien gets up to in his spare time. He can't stream all the time. Hmm, hmm, hmm. Let's see. How does that look? Did I get a glow effect? I got a little bit of a glow effect. Oh my goodness. I'm actually going to go with, I think, the lighter, the 2 golds on this. Yeah, that's exactly who that was, mister. That's who I'm talking about. I can't remember her fucking name for the life of me. Has a lot of people disappeared from the ABL universe, or just limited to a couple? I mean, I try to drop in every stream, compliment Sheree, and then bounce at the very least. That's kind of been my running MO for a little while now. Drop in, say hello real quick, and then leave. Yeah, that was the other thing. I saw a lot of new people. I don't know if they're assholes or not. Like I said, I haven't been engaging in conversation. So, I'm sure if I sat in there for like maybe 2 or 3 videos and or live streams and just bullshitted with everybody, probably wouldn't be a bad thing to do. But same point in time, I know I dropped in on the one stream and I was just like, yeah, I know absolutely zero people in here other than Sheree. I'm out. Yeah, nobody's nothing crazy. Like, have you had to like boot anybody or censor anybody, Sheree, or has it all been like just yeah, let's go Trump, like that kind of shit? Trump is our king and lord. That kind of jibber jabber. What? Dude called you a slut? The fuck is that? Yo, mister, I think we need to get in ABL's chat next time and just like lump this dude up a bit verbally. I mean, we can't do it physically because, well, we're not in person, but we can do it verbally. That's fucking hysterical, man. I'm supposed to be reading everybody else's comments? I mean, there's been a couple times where somebody said something and I'm like, like somebody popped out some offense and I had to go scrolling back through like, oh, wait a minute, what is this person pissed off about again? Like, what the hell happened here? We'll tell the one go in there, jump in there, call that guy a pickle chugger, and go from there. See, look, there you go, right there. What did you just say? He's a member. Yeah, so membership gives you the privileges where you can treat the mod like an asshole. Like, yo, flat out, if ever I get into that, yeah, you got to join my, join my channel, all that shit, and I get a member, and they fucking get swarmy with my mod. Either I'm coming down on them like a ton of bricks, or whatever, and I'll cancel my membership. Take your $2, shove it straight up your ass, and get the fuck out of my chat, douchebag. Like, what the fuck? $2 does not give you the right to insult my fucking moderator. Like, what the fuck is that? It's $2, man. Well, membership costs $5. I don't give a shit. My moderator's my moderator's respect is worth more than $2 fucking, $5, whatever the fuck. That's just bullshit. I call bullshit. Oh my God. Mister, you did not just say you be my wrench and I'll be your mensch. What the fuck, dude? I like you've taken it to a new fucking high, dude. That shit's just fantastic the way you put that. Yeah, I'm not all about that life. Like I had the one troll drop in here, it was hysterical and flip the fuck out. And like I haven't had a troll on here yet. It was the first one dropped in. So it said a whole bunch of cuss stuff. Didn't really cuss me. He was just cussing in general. And then like I was like, "Oh, look, a troll. How cool." And then he stopped cussing. I watched like my viewer count drop one, but before it did, all of a sudden my likes went up by one and I got a new subscriber. I was like, "Really?" Like, "All right, dude, thank you. I appreciate you. You were here for like 2 minutes. You talked a whole bunch of shit. I guess you thought I'd get salty, kick you the fuck out, and it was like, nope, nope, doesn't bother me at all. Be a douche. Go ahead, fool." Everybody else is just watching you, going like, "Yo, you're a total fucking dickbag." Like you're embarrassing yourself. Yeah, I mean, trolls are funny. Like I'm sorry. I guess I just grew up in a time around people that were total assholes to each other. So stuff like that doesn't really bother me all that much. Oh, that's all leather. Ooh. All right. We will go to a. I'm going to go dark red on this shit. Damn, I love that black cherry paint, but it is runny as all get out. Oh, dude, that Big Show guy. Like, the creepiest part is if you blow up his profile picture to see what he looks like, that dude is. I was like, yo, you're like an old man that looks like Ed Gein. Like, what are we doing here, buddy? Like, he is creepy as fuck. Like, mother told me that if I dress like her, then I will pick up the women's. He strikes me as that type of dude. Like, just, he's the kind of guy you'd just be sitting in a room with, and he's just like, I drove 3 nails through a squirrel's scrotum twice. Like, wait, what the fuck did he just say? Like, who is this guy again? He, he he's that kid all grown up. The old Better Off, was it Better Off Dead? Is that what that was from? I know it's a John Cusack movie. It was either Better Off Dead or One Crazy Summer. I want to say it's Better Off Dead because they do the ski competition at the end. I want my $2. I felt bad for the kid because he just wanted his $2, and I mean he's not wrong to ask for him. Like clearly, you guys received the newspapers. Clearly, he did his job. He was just looking for his righteous payment. Dear Lord. You already hit like on this video, mister? If not, hit that like button for me. It shows that I'm cool. Well, then again, you don't think I'm cool, so it's okay. You don't have to hit like. Damn. Trying to get it where it doesn't blow out. Well, that's good. You're a cunning linguist. As long as you're not an oral flater. We're all good. We're all good. As long as you're not an oral flater, we're okay. That was easy for me to say, right? Damn it. Nah, you're not slacking, Sheree. You're kicking back, having a good time. That's what this stream's for. You want to deal with a bunch of bullshit, you work your normal stream. Here, you just have fun. That's all I've ever asked. Get your mind off things, chill. Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. Yeah, that reminds me. What the hell? You know, I always forget about old good series like that, like Cheers. Which when I was in Boston, I actually saw where they filmed that shit. I think it was Boston. Pretty sure it was Boston. You guys just picked up on what Mister was laying down there with that cunning linguist comment. Come on, guys. Everybody knows Mister's rapid fire. Got to keep up with him. You know, anytime you say shit like that, like the 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 penis mightier is all I can think of when they used to do Celebrity Jeopardy on SNL, and the one guy come on and play Sean Connery, and he'd be like, "Yes, I'll take the penis mightier for 5,000, Alex." Right, like shit like that. And Alex Trebek's like, "That's real nice, Mister Connery. Do you kiss your mother with that mouth?" "No, but I did something to your mother with this mouth." That shit is fucking classic, fantastic. No, not that brown. This brown. Yeah, it's one of the things I really do always appreciate about Mister is he's fast on the uptake with his wit. If I s- if I were to sit here on this microphone and switch topics up and start talking about some song or obscure rock band and go into like lyrics from that song, Mister is going to fucking like be able to pop six other songs and work it into sentences, and we'll be able to go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. He's like very fast on the uptake. I'm surprised Mister doesn't stream. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I'm going to give away your secret, Mister. Mister told me something in private that I've never shared with you guys, and I think I will now. I don't know if you guys knew this or not, but Mister is a lesbian. He's only into women. It's a true story. I think we should celebrate him for that. Oh, I'd sub to Mister right away. Like honestly, I appreciate the hell out of him. He even if he drops in for 2 minutes, he'll be on the road, like traveling somewhere. He drops in and just says, "Hey, what's up, Gam? You know, blah 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 blah. I gotta go. Can't stay long. Whatever." I appreciate the hell out of all you guys for taking 5 minutes to even just drop in here. And then if you can't, I get shit like, I'm like, who the hell left a message on my video? Nobody ever leaves messages on the video. I look, it's Sheree. Hey, sorry, missed your stream. Like, what the fuck? I was like laughing because I think even in the stream, I was like, yeah, it's weird. Sheree's not here. Like, Sheree's always here. I hope everything's all right. She might have something going on with her family. Yeah, well, you guys will know the day that I actually sell out because you'll hear me go. So, guys, I want to tell you about this great game I'm playing. It's called Raid Shadow Legends. Like, if you ever hear that come out of my mouth, you know I sold out to some entity over at YouTube. You know something's gone horrendously wrong. Where, yes, BetterHelp can help you get help. Like, you hear that shit, like, oh no, Gam's gone the monetary route. He's trying to just shank us all for loot. I'll advertise for shit that I don't get paid for, but believe in, like Elegoo. You'll always hear me talk about Elegoo. Hell, Neo Deco or Neo Echo airbrushes. If I actually get their name right, they'll never give me pay. But yeah, like those guys, I always shill for because I use their airbrushes and I really enjoy them. Yeah, wow. Yeah, you watched the video and gotten into it. Yes, you can leave. So after the live stream's done, you can leave a message on the video itself. Like there's a comment. All of a sudden, you have a comment section because there's no live. Like the live chat's done, and you can still read the live chat up the side too. But yeah, out of nowhere, I'm like sitting there. I was like, damn, because I was worried about you, Ray. Because like legitimately, with all of us, if I'm not streaming or something, I try to make sure you guys know I'm not streaming. Like I'll say like personal business or something with my family, but I let you guys know that so that you're not like, damn, is Gam sick, something wrong, like he's normally on. I don't like that shit. I hate it when people pull, and here we go, I gotta mention the asshole's name again, that bald goofy fuck Tim Pool, pulled that whole shit up. I'm thinking about not doing my videos anymore. I'm not, just doing videos, not doing the live stream anymore, and all this kind of shit, and like milked it for subscriber money and super chats. It's like, yeah, don't pull that bullshit because let's say something happened to you, nobody knows what happened to you, and all of a sudden you're not streaming when you should be. Like, what the fuck? Um, but at the same point in time, I got to give Tim Pool we got to give him some kind of flowers there because I saw this video of him, and I guess it was from one of his live streams. But he had this guy on, and I swear to God, it was a kid named Harry Sisson, and it wasn't. It was some kid that looks identical to Harry Sisson on his show, and the kid's like hardcore on the left, and like he was talking about January 6th and people being in jail and stuff, but he obviously did not know what the hell he was talking about. And Tim Pool went the fuck off on him. Like it was on just regular ass live stream, and he's like, "You don't know what the fuck you're talking about." Like he went ham on this kid, and then he said something else, and the kid's like giving him this look, and he goes, "You gonna just sit there and squint at me?" And I fucking about pissed myself. So I gotta give him credit on that one because it was great. You just gonna sit there and squint at me, or are you actually gonna explain yourself? Some shit like that. It was hysterical. Like, you're gonna sit there, son, and bleed all over yourself? You're gonna do some shit about it. Like, I was like, God damn. Like Tim Pool actually lost his shit. But then, like the whole thing is looking at the size of the kid, like there was just nothing to be. It wasn't like he yelled that shit at like Ken Shamrock in his heyday when he was with the UFC or some shit. It was, this goofy fucking hardcore leftist kid that's obviously a paid shill. Like, of course you can get in that kid's face, not worry about kicking the hell out of you. Really, you've never seen Tim Pool? You're not missing anything. He looks like he doesn't know how to wash his face and wears a beanie. That's about, and he's got a big old apple head or big old orange head. Like it's just round. But yeah, he definitely looks like he smells like cat piss and depression. I mean, I'm sure he doesn't. I'm sure he's a very nice guy and all that in real life. He just, I can't, I don't like grifters. Well, let me rephrase that. I like grifters that say they're grifters. I can at least respect the fact that you know exactly what you are. But when you bullshit me and say, no, I do this to inform people and make their lives, no, you do it for the fucking money, asshole. Shut up. Shut up. It's fine to say I do it for the money. If ever I was making money off YouTube, I'd be like, well, guys, I'm making money off YouTube. Still not going to sell the fuck out, though. Like, I mean, there's nothing wrong with making money on this platform as long as you're fucking honest about it. And you're honest with people about it, especially if that's what brings you to the dance is, well, I'm honest with my viewers. I tell you my actual opinions. This is how I feel about something. And all of a sudden you switch the fuck up because, well, it's expedient to you. Yeah. Yeah. It just doesn't fly with me. It's insulting. And nobody wants to be insulted. Be careful hitting this damn thing just right. Yeah, there is a lower one too. Damn. Dude, looks like he drinks Slurpees. Dude, that bro, like that bro. Jesus Christ, what the hell's wrong with me? Dude, Tim Pool looks like if they had a picture and a dictionary for the definition of Dirty Sanchez and it says see image next to it, that's what he looks like. Like that's Tim Pool right there. Like he just like I said, cat piss and depression. That's what he looks like to me. I don't know why. I've always felt that way. I just kind of overlooked it because he did actually like there was new stuff that he was ahead of for a while there. Like he was all over it. Like, oh shit, you can get all your news off this son of a bitch. His takes were like, oh well, that's how he really feels. That makes a lot of sense and everything. And then come to find out, it's all just smoke and mirrors bullshit, and you don't really actually know what he feels 110%. Just what he said on his show. Because he definitely didn't value any of his employees. He definitely, there's friendships that he doesn't value. Like, he's a man of low moral character. And that I cannot fuck with. Suffer me no fools, no liars, no thieves, for I am none of these things. No fools, no cowards, no thieves. I am none of these things. Like, you remember the kid when you were in kindergarten that used to eat the paste sticks and they'd take them away from him and be like, you can only use this here Elmer's glue? And then you'd catch him every now and again sniffing it with a tear in his eye and then maybe taking a sip when he thought no one was looking? Yeah, that's what Tim Pool looks like. He looks like that kid. I think that this should be a dark enough brown for this. Let's see. I'm going to go shade darker. Two shades darker. Yeah, he does. Like that Steve Buscemi meme where he's in high school and he walks up the skateboard and he's like, "Hello, fellow teenagers." He looks like that meme. A man of constant sorrow. He looks like the last one picked for any kind of sport. He looks like the type of guy when you're talking to a lesbian with purple hair that says, "Yeah, that's my ex-boyfriend that turned me gay." He looks like that. He looks like a Greek tragedy. And like there is shit I can't fault Tim Pool for ever. One is he actually did build himself from nothing. So you can't fault him for that. Two is that he was very smart about it. It's the whole dishonesty and not being real with everybody that bothers me. Damn, dude. I think that was more insulting than anything I said right there forever. But you're not wrong. Well, that's just it. He was a journalist, right? How long ago? because the only times I hear him talk about being a journalist is whenever he brings up the Wolf of Wall Street. No, what was it? The hell was that? Occupy Wall Street. Yeah, that's the only time that I hear him talk about journalism. And then he was like, oh, and then people started to realize who I was, and it wasn't safe for me to go out there in journalism anymore. It's like, X, you're a bitch. Go out there, lump it up with people. Show them how tough you are, buddy. You like to talk a bunch of shit. Back it up. Let me see you just one time. Throw down with somebody. Which reminds me of a fucking funny story. So, my mom's Christmas card that she sent to me got here today. And I had messaged her yesterday. Just wished her a Merry Christmas and stuff like this. And my mom asked if I got the Christmas card. I was like, no, not yet, or what have you. It's like, I'll give you a call tomorrow when it comes. All right, cool. Or whenever it gets here. So I called my mother today. I'm talking to her. She goes, yeah, you know a guy, and she's like, his name was Rusty, honey. And she's talking to my stepdad, honey. His name was Rusty, right? And my stepdad's like, yeah, I think that's what his name was. She goes, he came over here to do electrical work, and he walked in the house and is like, yo, this is, and said my real name's House, and you're his mom. Holy shit, oh my God, it's amazing to see you again, and all this kind of stuff. And he's like, yeah, like I partied with him upstairs and all. And I'm just like, she's like, do you know who Rusty is? And I'm like, honestly, I feel terrible about this. I have no fucking clue who he is. She's like, yeah, I run into like 10, 15 people a week that, I'll be out at Walmart or something like, hey, how's your son? I haven't seen him since we used to party better together back in the day. I'm like, what? She's like, yeah. I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. She's like, no, everybody still remembers you and the parties apparently at my house. What the fuck is this? I'm like, oh. Oh, mister, that one's that one, I don't know. I don't know about that joke there, buddy. Like, half funny, but I don't know. Yeah, it was pretty hysterical. I'm like, people still talk about me partying. I was like, Ma, that was like 25 years ago. What the? I was like, now granted, yeah, partied, I think, and drank with everybody, but I don't remember them. Which my poor mother. Cancer is a bitch. Yeah, I still don't understand all that. I don't understand Occupy Wall Street. Oh, that was another one I did see in the news, thinking about like shit that was like riotous and people gathering and protesting. I saw that Derek Chauvin, that apparently his new defense attorney has come up and said, because I guess he fired the old one, but the new one came up and said, yeah, we've got new evidence that it might have been a heart defect with George Floyd. Did anybody else see this shit? The old rusty trombone. I don't know if anybody else saw this, but it makes me wonder. Like, is that shit gonna flip over? I mean, we are in a different timeline now, so who knows? Yeah. So, you're right. Apparently, what had happened, I don't know if Rusty's still in the Navy. Davy's still in the Navy and probably will be for life. I'll tell you that much, mister. Um, yeah, apparently, Derek Chauvin, from what I'm trying to remember, Derek Chauvin, his defense attorney, when they were at trial, didn't really try all that hard and kind of screwed him, apparently. Now, I don't know. Alien might be the better one to ask because it's about a trial. And I didn't watch the Derek Chauvin trial. I just saw the verdict for it. Um, but apparently, his defense didn't do everything in his best interest, I think is the way it was phrased. And because of this, they want a reappeal earlier than normal or some shit, or he's coming up on appeal, something like this, something to this extent. And they had new evidence as well on top of it that George Floyd had a heart defect and it was actually a heart attack that killed him from all the drugs he ingested. Now, I don't know if that's going to flip shit. I don't know if that's going to change shit. I don't know what's going to happen with it. But yeah, I believe that's happening. So that's going to be real interesting to see because we're going to get this is Black Lives Matter Part 2. You know what I mean? Electric Boogaloo. If it does come out that way. Black Lives Matter, we'll see a resurgence in them because they're going to go all riotous. Oh, look, they let the white cop out of jail, and you know, send us millions of dollars, please. We need another mansion so we can talk about this shit. I mean, at best case, I see George or not George Floyd. What's his nuts? Derek Chauvin not being able to sue because technically he did do something wrong. Instead of administering first aid care, he subdued a man, even if it wasn't what killed him. He still didn't apply medical care or treat him like a human being, really. He should have just left him locked up in the car or immediately put him in. He didn't pull a Daniel Penny and put him in the recovery position immediately. So I could definitely see that kind of backfiring. You know, I do think, I'm not going to lie at all, I do think George Floyd, his heart seized up because of the fucking fentanyl he took. But two things can be true at the same time. George Floyd may have accidentally killed himself, but Derek Chauvin definitely didn't help fucking matters. And he should have, as a police officer, he should have been able to recognize immediately that something was going on. And, like drugs in the system, especially, I know this pretty much to be fact. I'm pretty damn sure about this. But usually, when you take somebody into custody and you have their name like he did, the first thing to do is check their background to see what they're fucking dealing with to make sure it isn't a, like, oh, well, this guy's, He's got a warrant on him. He's always armed. It takes you out of danger in a way. Like this guy always carries a gun on him. Like every time he's gotten nailed, he carried a gun on him. So we know he's usually armed. We need to approach this with caution in a certain way or what have you, just for, if nothing else, the safety of the officer. Also checking the warrants because then you can take them in for something other than what they're nailed with. So you're killing two birds with one stone. Yeah, the body camera footage of George Floyd is interesting. Um, because like that's just it. Honestly, I'm not a cop. I can't comment on well, I'm going to comment on it anyway, but I can't comment with my own personal knowledge of yeah, he did nothing wrong and this was just normal police procedure. I'm not sure of what police procedure is of taking somebody that's a lot larger than you in custody and them having a panic attack because you got the cuffs on them or being in a confined space. Like maybe they're claustrophobic, maybe he's autistic and you've got to take special precautions or, any of that kind of stuff. Like, I don't know what actual protocol is for a police officer. I can just say that the video I saw where you saw Derek Chauvin looking like a complete asshole while kneeling on this guy's neck, or what appeared to him, not even kneeling on his back, and him yelling, "I can't breathe," and suffering. Like it definitely that footage alone will sway some fucking feeling. You're not wrong. Um, Less protesting because you're back at work. That's true, right? But like remember people made millions out of it. BLM actually stood for buy large mansions, it turned out. you know and what's sad is it honestly was somebody who originally they cared about mistreatment of African American people by police officers, stuff like this, that founded it. But then you got the grifters that took over. It goes back to the whole Tim Pool argument. You got a grifter that took the fuck over, took your well-meaning thing and made it into shit. Like it's fucked up because I know people that marched Black Lives Matter protest in Philadelphia, and like legitimately, no riot or anything when he was out there, but sun went down and all of a sudden the fucking assholes came out and just started burning everything and going nuts, and all of a sudden I don't know what Walmart did to elicit a response of we need to loot all your shit, but yeah, that happened. Like they just ran through the pockets of Walmart and everything else. It became an excuse for other people that weren't so weren't worried about like mistreatment by the police and all that to just go and steal things. Yeah, and it being cold out definitely cuts down on your protesting. Um, and the other thing is where we're at now. So it's almost like Donald Trump, right? Himself. If you said, I support MAGA in 2016 when he was running for election, man, four different people would either laugh at you, fucking look, just walk the fuck away from, I don't even want to talk to you, or how can you support a racist? Like this kind of narrative. Now it's completely different. Where when he ran this time, I think Donald Trump said it himself. He was like, the first time I ran, everybody was my enemy and coming at me. Now everybody wants to be my friend. Like all of a sudden, people don't care about manga because they're like, "Oh Jesus Christ, get us away from the fucking shit show that's been going on." You know. So I do think that like time has changed opinions, and as more people, if they actually present evidence to the contrary of what nailed out Chauvin, people might actually listen to it this time instead of just having that knee jerk reaction of he put the knee on somebody's neck and he killed him and he's a murderer and he did this, that, and the other thing. Because honestly, and I don't know. I mean, the coroner's report says excessive force, but did the coroner just do that shit? Because it's not exactly like he wouldn't have been found some kind of way if he didn't do that, you know? I just, I don't know. The whole thing strikes me as odd. The timing on it well, maybe not. Maybe it is just, time for an appellate court to hear him, something like this. But expect to hear that shit in the news a lot because drove views. Anything that gets you clicks. My God, Donald Trump doing that little hour and a half press conference or whatever. Those journalists were like, and I use that term loosely, were just like chomping at the bit. Like, Mr. President, Mr. President, Mr. President. Like, well, now all of a sudden it's Mr. President and how are you? Like, hey, can you tell me about, how you're going to attack Iran? Like, shit like that. Like, what's going on here? All of a sudden everybody did really want to be his friend. It's crazy how that shit works. So I don't know. I'm a couple minds on the whole thing. The other thing is if they actually do prove that, 110% that Derek Chauvin fucking killed him in cold blood and was just like so negligent that's what killed him, then, I'm not going to feel any kind of way towards it. Like, he deserves to go to fucking jail. Like, yeah, I hoped he died when I put my knee on his neck, shit like that. But I think it's going to be a switcheroo and everybody's going to be like, what the fuck? Like I said, I don't know. You want trial coverage, you need to go to Alien's channel. He watches all the trials. He represents all that shit. He likes that stuff. He likes hard justice. He likes Judy justice. Now, who the hell doesn't like Judge Judy? What's wrong with you if you don't? Woman's great. All right. Tighten up his black. Um, Lighter brown inside this pouch too. I think the entire lip of it. Go. That's not bad. Fiery, but mostly peaceful. Yeah. Out. Do horrible shit in the name of social justice. I could see outrage too. I could see why people would be outraged with a lot of the bullshit that was spun out of it. But I also don't. I think there should have been a lot more outrage with actually down here. There was a cop, and I've seen the video. It wasn't his body cam footage. There was actually this one kid, and like honestly, that kid was brave as shit for this too. But the cop was arresting the guy. Has a black dude, white cop out of New Jersey that had moved down South Carolina. Has this black dude on the ground for drugs or whatever, and has him down. The black dude fights his way free and takes off sprinting. Right, the cops chasing him, yelling, "Stop! Stop! Stop!" The kid who's filming is on the other side of like a chain link fence, but it had like vines growing over it, so you couldn't see him real well. And the kid's like, "Oh shit, look at that, he got away," or whatever. Next thing you know, that cop pulled his gun out, shot him 3 times in the back, walked over, looked around to make sure nobody was watching him. And like the kid who's filming is like, "Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit." And the cop reached in his pocket, took his taser, and laid it on the ground next to where this dude's hand was. And then called it in. And it was like, really, motherfucker? Like he killed that man in cold blood because he outclassed him and was running from him. It was fucked up. But the kid who filmed it, man, I know he must have been shitting bricks because if that cop had realized he was there, he would have shot him too, just to cover up what he did. Dude, where's the other white? Yeah, you've never seen that one, Sheree? You never saw that video? That shit, that was South Carolina, and I'm gonna say it's in 2014, 2015, somewhere in there. But yeah, yeah, the poor kid that filmed it, like I said, you can hear it in his voice, like he's terrified. It's like, oh shit. And that cop would have probably gotten away with it, but the kid filmed him. Like I said, not every cop is scum like that. Some of them are actually really good and all that. But it's the ones that are shitty that, like everybody's going to focus on. They're not going to focus on the cop that took 4 bullets saving some small child from a crackhead. They're going to focus on the cop that did that shit or pulled that shit. And it's a shame because there's a lot more good cops than there are bad. Yeah, I want to say it was in Charleston, South Carolina, too, for some reason. But yeah, it turned out the cop himself was from New Jersey. Like he was actually like transferred down here or something. Yeah, I mean it's like watching a mob hit, Sheree. Like, oh shit, I just saw, mob boss number 1. By the way, if you ever witness something like that, ask for not a large sum of money, but a small sum of money to keep your mouth shut, and do keep your mouth shut. But because if you present it as, I just want to live, I just want to get away, they're going to shoot you. But if you present it as, well, look, you never trust a man who doesn't steal a little, I guess is the best way of putting it. You paying me to keep my mouth shut, well, then you have a reason to kill me if I don't keep my mouth shut. So, just give me, I don't know, 2 grand, 3 grand. Well, you're really going to shoot me over 3 grand? But you asked for like, give me $1 million. Yeah, you're done. They pay the hitman more than that, or less than that, to take you out and discard the body. I'm like torn on this. Yeah, blend that in a little more. Mm. But see, the whole thing is, you have to look at it like it's a business contract, Sheree. So look, you don't kill me, I keep my mouth shut, right? You say something like that, well, then you weren't complicit in the crime. You just kept your mouth shut. But if you take money off the person to keep your mouth shut, you're a criminal too. So technically, you aided and abetted in the crime. They have that over you. So you're going to go to jail with him, and he's going to be able to finish the job with you. Same way some people get a conscience, you know? Like, I couldn't live with myself if I didn't tell somebody about this. They don't know that. They don't know you can just shut the fuck up and keep your mouth silent unless you got somebody vouching for you. Yeah, and you're not wrong, mister. As much between the vest, the gun, the backup magazines, the pepper spray, possibly the taser, depending on which part of the country you live in. Because tasers, less lethal ammunition like that, is illegal in some states. I think New Jersey's one of them where you don't have tasers. I think. Let me gray out these stairs. Let's go to dark gray, light gray. We will go dark gray, lighter gray. But yeah. So it was just messed up because technically, what the cop tried to pull in that incident was, well, he took a weapon from me. I thought he was he was going to say that he took my weapon, he was turning to use it against me. And yeah, the kid's video dispelled all that. He wasn't, he didn't lose his weapon to him, anything like that. He was legit setting the guy up and just clipped him out. If now, if a cop pulled you over, if you were breaking the law and he pulled you over and then said, "Hey, I know you. I want to go hunting with you," and didn't give you a ticket for it, yeah, he might be. It's not on the take or a racist cop or anything like that, but he's not exactly the greatest at his job. Although some cops just cut people breaks. They get a feeling about somebody, maybe they're in a good mood, and they'll cut you a break. They don't all have to be assholes all the time. Some are. I will tell you one, though, that stuck with me. This should happen when I was a kid. There was this officer, and he had arrested one of the kids that used to hang out in the bowling alley. Actually, I can say the kid's name because he's dead, so it doesn't matter. kid's name was Joe Jablonski. And Joe Jablonski was like known bullshitter. And this cop had busted him at one point in time. I don't know if it was for weed, alcohol, what. But the cop was in bowling on like a Saturday. He's in the bowling alley, and we were all up there. All us kids used to hang up at the one bowling alley, and he saw the cop, and Jablonski started going around to everybody saying, "Yo, he's in here. Don't let him fool you. He's here to bust somebody. Everybody be aware. The cop's here," and all this. Well, this cop walked up to Joe, said, "Hey, can I talk to you?" And we could hear what he was saying, right? Like, we weren't far away from him. And the cop pulled him aside, said, "Look, I'm off duty. I'm here with my children. You can see them right there bowling. I'm not here to bust anybody. And, I'm not looking to give you trouble. Just do me a favor, respect my time with my family, okay?" And put his hand on the kid's shoulder, on Jablonski's shoulder. Not like gripping him and being mean to him, just put his hand on his shoulder, say, "Hey, man," put his other hand out that, "Hey, man, just cut me a break, all right? Have a good day," and all that. And then went back to bowling with his kids. Jablonski filed a report with Internal Affairs, said that the cop pushed him, threatened him, everything else. So when Internal Affairs came looking for somebody, they had him list out people who witnessed what happened. And Jablonski, unfortunately, put me down as one of his witnesses. And Internal Affairs, was like, gives me a call at home. I'm like, "Well, I'm on my way up to the bowling alley in about an hour. Can I meet you there?" So I met with the cop, and, not going to lie, I told the cop the truth, exactly what I saw. Cop put his hand on his shoulder. He asked him, "Hey, look," he was polite to him. He was nice to him. He never cussed him. Never pushed him, never did this, never did that, never, physically saw. The cop came in 2 days later to the bowling alley and was like, "Can I talk to you?" And I'm just like, "Oh shit." Because I had fucking weed in my pocket. So I'm like, "Oh, I'm fucking busted." Pulls me aside and I'm like, "Oh, fuck, here we go. I'm going to get shook down," right? He goes, "Hey, man, thank you for telling the truth. I know it was difficult to come out against one of your friends and all this other stuff and all that." He's like, "If ever you need a favor, you know where I'm at. I'm right there in this town's police station and everything else. Just ask for me by name. I'll get you out of whatever trouble you're in, okay? I owe you one." I'm like, "You don't owe me anything. It's cool. I just told the truth." He goes, "I know, but I also know that, now some of your friends are going to be pissed at you." I said, "Honestly, Jablonski's an asshole anyway, so if he's pissed at me, fuck him." Cop laughs, takes off. That cop became the chief of police 2 years later. So it was like, anytime I was in that town, I was like, "Ooh, if I get into trouble now, well, take me to the police chief, please. Get him on the phone. I got a card I need to cash in." Oh, yeah, it was funny. Very cool, though. But funny as hell because I was like, "Holy shit, he's the chief of police now?" Like, well, that's cool. Talk about like, well, that's a good get out of jail free card. And unfortunately, I never got in trouble in that town, so it's all good. That fucking ground a little bit of effect to it. Doesn't just look like plain ass ground, which it does anyway. Where's There it is. squeeze out a little. He's almost done. I'm telling you what, if you're ever painting with acrylic like this and you just need to blend something in, definitely one of these makeup sponges is awesome. Just steal them right out of your wife's makeup kit because they really work. Makes the ground look like it has texture, gives you a little bit of coloring to it. And you actually blend different colors together with it as well. All right. I got to tighten up the black. All right. You can tell the wifey. She's all right with it. She's the one who suggested using them. And why? Because my wife is twice the artist I am. But yeah. And female cops, that's not true. So there was a time where, well, actually, there's been a couple times where the female police officer let me go. There's twice. But the one that was the funniest was I had this ex girlfriend, and she worked in this electronics store. And the two of us decided to get busy in the parking lot because it was like 1 in the morning or whatever. And I had to drop her off at her car. And we get busy, so all the windows are fogged up. And then we're starting to get dressed, and all of a sudden we get lights on in back of us, and I'm like, oh shit. I got out of the car, no shirt on, pants unbuttoned, like had just pulled my pants on. She was still getting dressed. What are you doing in the parking lot at this hour? Everything else, I was just dropping her off at her car. So I know what you were doing. All right, get the hell out of here. She let us go. She wasn't a bitch about it. She could have been. She could have been a real dick. Give me a ticket for public indecency or some such thing. But she was cool about it. It was more funny than anything else because of how, like, we didn't even realize it because the windows had fogged up so bad. You know how that goes, I think. Most of you know how that goes. Thanks, Alien. Appreciate that. Yeah, we'll do the zoom in final shot and all that so it goes into the thumbnail. Just gotta clean up his, actually, I got one more part to paint because I just noticed it that I missed. Actually, I got two more parts to paint because I just noticed that too. Shit. That's got to get cleaned up. I brought it down, but not far enough. Actually, make that 3 parts. Fuck. All right, so one, I need silver. I'm going to get this out of the way before I forget it again. Where the hell's my anniversary silver? Gunmetal gray, no. Anniversary silver, here we go. I only need a small amount of this and my tiny brush. Fucking lining that damn thing out is a pain. I got to tighten up this, bring the blue down and the gold down a little bit. It's off. I missed this piece right here. Has got to get painted as well. Then I've got to his gloves too. So maybe a little bit more. And his gloves unfortunately have a lace on them too that I just noticed. That's going to be a pain in the ass. So let's see, I got to linen wrap his hands. Good night, mister. Please travel safe. Thank you for stopping in and sticking with me for as long as you did, brother. Appreciate the hell out of you. Alien, what time does your stream kick off? Yeah, and Mr. knew his famous last words too. Every time I say that shit. Every time. I go, yeah, I'm done, about done. Oh, shit. Damn. Oh, my God. Really? See if I can't remove that real quick. Oh, no. Tell me you dried out too much. Let's see something. I hate it when the logic doesn't. I hate it when the logic doesn't line up on something, and the logic is not lining up. Well, actually, I guess it kind of does because if it's wrapping the inside of his hand, that would make sense. However, I'm gonna have to adjust the black in the middle. I started to paint this part too, thinking it was part of the wrap. It's not. It's a bracelet. Oh, well, shit, alien. I mean, if you do it, then people, jump over from this one to that one. I don't know how you raid stream or anything, but usually once I say don't take shit from anybody at the very end, then, people hop off, and a lot of times you head over to your stream anyway, depending on who it is. Sheree's usually like one of my ride or dies. She'll sit here and, like 2:30 in the morning just to make sure that I'm not alone and just talking to myself for hours. Yeah, see, now that's got to be part of the wrap. It isn't. It is part of the wrap. God damn it! I was right. Definitely one of the problems with having like such small detail in it. Oh, hit his arm. No. Now to tighten those up. Okay, Alien. Thank you for dropping in, brother. Do appreciate the hell out of you watching. I'll drop over after I'm done. I probably got like, I don't know. I'm not even going to put a time on it because if I do, I'm going to bite myself right in the fucking ass cheeks with this. So it'll be like, oh no, I forgot to paint this whole entire side of his body or something, you know? But I'll drop in after I'm done here, just say goodnight or, you know, drop in, give you that view and that like. And, you know, I don't know if you want to pop them back in there, Sheree, just so everybody knows where Alien's at. But yeah, definitely if you guys want to check him out. I don't know what he'll be covering tonight or what he'll be going over. It'll probably be in his description, but he usually covers more than it's in his description. He's a good dude. And like I said, he wants to make this a way of life for him. And I support him fully. And by the way, if I haven't said it in the last, you know, hour or two, Sheree is the best goddamn mod on these internets. And not because of my stream. She was the best goddamn mod on these internets before my stream. Other mods run screaming for my stream. They drop my stream like it's a bad habit. Sheree's just like, ah, fuck it, I can hang. Before I forget. God damn. What colors do I? That one definitely is going to be brighter. Need to offset that damn color. Just hoping this one's enough of a difference maker. I got to spill a little bit more blue metallic and gold to nail out the rest of that headdress. I've got to clean up. Shit. I'm going to have to go brighter than that. I was afraid of that shit. Otherwise, the stick on his back and the holder is going to blend together because it's too dark when it's drying. Damn it. Okay. Sheree's laughing. You're laughing because I'm fucking telling the truth. That's why you're laughing. Other mods fucking run screaming from the shit. You know, you're just like, fuck it, I can hang. I've never had a point in time where you're like, yeah, you know what, Gam? It's like there's, unless I go to like 3 in the fucking morning, then you're like, oh, all right, yeah, that's enough, Gam. I'm gone. At work. give it a little beaten leather look to it. Matter of fact, I'll even put a little bit of U on top. Stress that up just a little. And now for the damn laces. Tap, tap, tap. Yeah, that's much better. Ooh. That's all I need. Flick it in the paint and flick it up on the damn thing. Just wreck it all. Yeah, you really do. You really are. Yeah, you're epic like that. I gotta give you your give the devil her due. You definitely do. You're just like, yeah, that's my crazy white friend. Old ass man on the internet who paints. Oh shit. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. My damn gold dried out way too much. That's okay. I trust me when I say I'm more than happy to have you aboard. I'm more than happy to have you aboard on this crazy train. If for nothing else, I look at it as even if I never get monetized and I can't ever give you a dime. I mean, I never lied about that. If I do get monetized, 10%. You'll then become Joe Biden at that point because you get 10% of the big guy, right? Um, Not gonna lie though, you do keep me awake and into it, and it's always an interesting conversation. And if I can just have you here as a thank you, a safety net, because my mouth, um, but not just that, as a safety net, or not just as a safety net, um, but also as a way to give you a brain break from from the bullshit you have to put up with on the other channel. 110%. Like I would have just done it anyway. Is I know that stuff gets interesting on the other channel. Oh, oh God, I did that, didn't I? How bad did I do that? No, not bad. Like sometimes it's nice and cool over there and just very chill environment, but other times I've seen some of the bullshit. Like my favorite's always when I see don't cuss, don't cuss, don't cuss, don't cuss like 10 times in a row. And the same asshole keeps putting in the same thing over and over again. See, like that warms my heart too, because, and you've heard me say this, when I am sitting here just talking to myself, I'm like, I feel like an idiot sitting here talking to myself, but I'm hoping that somebody watches this in the future and is listening. I'm not just sitting here like a fool talking to myself. I'm actually doing it for somebody who's listening. So knowing that it's you, that makes it all that much better. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of too. Damn it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew I missed one little spot up there. And even worse, that means, oh shit, as I dip my finger in black paint, that could have been a disaster if I didn't feel that. That had been my left hand where I only had partial feeling. That would have been a disaster. How am I looking on this side? Even that out a little bit. There we go. Okay, what do you think? Cool looking one. The eyes glowing right. You think I should give him white pupils? Yeah, well, there's nothing you can do. Some people just want to push the limit to see what they can get away with. Actually, no. Damn it. I almost did this shit again. I gotta paint in between the lines of the. Oof. Cut those lines back into the hand where the bandage is wrapped. Pain in my ass. Oof. It all wraps under there. Okay, I gotta get right there. Just making sure that wasn't a blowout too. Blowout there. And I know I saw a gold blowout on his leg. I went a little sloppy. Fix that real quick. Fix right here real quick. Wow, that blowout went around his leg. All right. I think that's got it. Like them like that? Well, yeah. There you go. I'll leave the eyes alone if you think they look better like that. Because to me, they look like they glow just fine. And I think if I try to put a white pupil in there, I'm going to do what I did with the, God, what figure was it? Where I was like, I'm going to put a pupil in this, and then I just completely fucked it up and had to redo the whole eye. So I think I'll leave them like this. See if I can adjust the camera out. I just wish I could get more. Let me see if I can get more light this way on them. Is that too much light? I think that's just right because of his the blackness, the richness on the black on his skin. I just got to focus the camera different. Focus the camera different. Let's see. Camera properties. All right, let's see if I can. Let's see if I can do this without shitting the bed. Yeah, I think that's got it right there. I see like this. It's going to drive me nuts if I don't fix this real quick. All right, there we go. That's better, I think. What do you think, Sheree? I don't think he looks terrible. I think he actually came out OBKB. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I think he looks all right. All right, I can smoke my final cigarette. We're done at like 12:30. That's awesome because I got to get up in the morning, drive the wife to the car. I still had him put a new starter in. I'm like, yo, we got to get that thing home, and I'm not paying to have it towed. So they're like, well, we can put in a new starter for 130. Bet, do it. So put the new starter in, get her home, be done with it. Smoke them if you got them. As soon as I find my damn lighter. So what cool stuff did you get for Christmas, Sheree? Anything good? A little better. Oh, very cool. Very cool. Nah, that car's shot. It's coming home, and we're going to look at new cars. Got to get something newer. Because it is a 2008 for one, but yeah, it would cost more to fix everything than it will to just trade it in on a new one and deal with that. But nice. You get obligatory bets, all that stuff, PJs and everything else. You got a new computer? That's awesome. Did you get a laptop or did you get a desktop? You got know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, and know when the fuck to run. Very nice, very nice. So you're portable. Yeah, I opted my last. I haven't upgraded. I hadn't upgraded my computer in 10 years. I finally upgraded. I bought a new computer, and I was like, I'm going with a laptop this time because then if I go somewhere, I can take it all with me. Yeah, I get the. I always get my obligatory Zippo lighter. I have a Zippo collection, so I always get one of those. I get a T-shirt at least. This time I got two, and then a hoodie. Those are my obligatory clothes. Yeah, that's awesome. Forever. Yeah, that's crazy. Are you liking the quest, or I'm guessing you're going nuts with it? You always need more hoodies. Very cool. Yeah, I always wondered about the quest, like if it was worth it or if it's just gimmicky or what. But I couldn't up until they get some kind of like glove for my hand where I can interact or whatever in virtual space. I'm kind of iffy about the controllers for it. But yeah, that is awesome. Your brother hooked you the hell up. It's funny because one of my hoodies I got is one of the characters from One Piece, uh, Dracul Mihawk's. Like it looks like his coat or whatever, and because it had to come directly from Japan, it's like I don't know, like an 8X or some ridiculous fucking thing to it because of how much difference there is between I guess Japanese men, most of them, the average Japanese man and an American man. I was like, God damn. Oh, that's pretty cool. You can use your hands without the controllers. We're gonna take a yeah. I c- if I could tell you how many different people when the Nintendo Wii came out, like, what do I need that wrist strap for? And then came in the next day like, yo, I broke my damn TV because they fucking threw the controller by accident. That shit definitely happened. Oh God, yeah, yeah. I used to get pissed off and like, to that's fucked up two TVs, but yeah, I it definitely used to get pissed off because PlayStation had put out something just after the Wii where it was a camera, and then you had these controllers with light up balls on the end, and they put out this boxing game with Danny Trejo in it. I think it was called The Fight. And like I'm throwing punches and everything else because it's a boxing game, like a bare knuckle boxing game. And I'm throwing like combos and everything else, and the thing's like maybe picking up. I was throwing my hands too fast because it's only picking up like one punch here, one punch there, and I'm like, "Yo, didn't I just throw like 20 punches?" And my buddy's like, "I counted, like it picked up one punch." Dear Lord, forever, you're fucking like gonna walk around in virtual world for the rest of your life. But yeah, it's fucked up. I say this every week. I never know what I'm going to say when I get on stream. Like I might have a roundabout of this, that, or the other thing. So thanks for listening to me ramble and everything, guys. I do appreciate the hell out of it. Yeah, you try streaming from it. Yeah, like some of that shit, you get a lot of viewers. I don't know about Twitch. Unless you're a half naked girl, then drawing subscribers on Twitch is kind of hard. YouTube, if you can figure out how to hook it to YouTube, I would try that because there's definitely people that are probably quest curious, no pun intended, that would want to see you do it. Yeah, I could see where it would throw off your equilibrium. Dude, if you do a cute female model and then do a voice changer, you will have 20,000 subscribers in about half an hour. You do realize that. Like, as an old dude just doing this shit, like, it's going to take a while before I get up to even 500 subscribers, right? Then I appreciate every fucking subscriber I have. But if I were like a hot younger girl and I was sitting there painting in my bikini top and live streaming that shit and had a second camera on me, man, this shit would have been like 50,000 subscribers, like, or 2 million views and like 500 likes. Like, that is that fucking bullshit. Like, I'm watching. So, like, the whole thing is one of the other things I want to do eventually is make props kind of deal. So when I say make props, I mean like I want to do like maybe Thor's hammer, right? Like do Mjolnir or Captain America's shield or Thanos's glove, not 3D printed, but maybe some 3D printed parts on it and do it out of like EVA foam and that whole kind of chestnut, right? And I'm like, shit, well, if I do, make props for cosplayers, I'm sure I can probably grow the audience. I can probably get more people and it could be fun, like fun little side project, and I display them in the room. I'm like, but if I can find like I get people that are watching me that are cosplaying or going to Comic Cons and shit like that, and it's like, yo, man, can you make me a Captain America shield? Okay, yeah, you like my shield? All right, cool. Do that on the sly, make a little loot off it, right? I'm like, all right, that could be something to look at. So I started watching cosplayer channels, like just randomly, because I'm thinking about this, like, would they take my props or not? And I came across this one chick's fucking cosplay channel. And out of nowhere, I get a banner ad for OnlyFans. And then I didn't realize at first because I'm looking at the costume she's in. But then I realized there's a mirror behind her and her entire ass is bare and in full view. And I'm like, son of a bitch. Like, it was on YouTube, but I'm like, she's just advertising for her OnlyFans. What the fuck? And that That chick had like 2.8 million subscribers. Like, I can't make this shit up. And like, not a bad looking woman by any stretch of the imagination, stuff like that. Nothing spectacular though that was like, oh wow, like I need to go drop $20 on this chick's page or whatever the fuck she's charging, $5, $20, $120, I don't know. But I was just like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Like that's how this works now. But then I remember we live in an age where you had that one girl, what was her name? Bell something, that sold her bath water. Like filled up a bathtub, took a bath, and then sold the water for like $100 a bottle and was sold out in like half an hour or something ridiculous. I'm like, good lord, there must be some very hard up dudes out there. Like, not gonna lie, two more people just jumped in to view my video. I don't know if they're actually watching the video or not, but just dropped in, just me mentioning the fact that the chick's on OnlyFans, right? Yeah. Yeah, we live in crazy times. Crazy times. But when you really break shit down with Me Too and a lot of this stuff, I think about it. If I was a younger dude, how hard is it to approach a girl now versus back when I was, a teenager? How difficult is that to, find somebody? Like, dear Lord. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think because I got to get up early, the model's painted, well, the 3D print's painted, and I think we're looking all right here. I think we'll call this a stream. I thank every last one of you guys for watching, liking, subscribing, just being here, just bullshitting with me, hanging out. I enjoy it. I'm not gonna lie. It's the only time I really kind of talk to people. Every now and again, I'm in an Xbox party, but really, the only other time is when I'm on this damn mic and doing this live stream and shit. And I do appreciate you guys just hanging out, even if you're here for 2 minutes and dropped in, like, just hit a like, hit a subscribe, whatever, and bounced. I'm cool with it. But I do appreciate you just dropping in to say hello. And if you stuck around for the whole stream, I really appreciate you because you guys are awesome. Like, it means a lot to me, actually. And I'm glad everybody had a Merry Christmas. I'm glad the world is not gone to hell just yet. It's close, but not yet. And I'll be back next Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. Thank you again, Sheree. Thank you again for being the best moderator on these damn internets. Hands down. Hands down. Everybody have a good night. Get some rest. Enjoy tomorrow. Enjoy your weekend. And remember, until next time, don't take shit from anyone. Good night, everybody.